That's still not working. Hmm. Minty. Perfect. Perfect. Bazinga! I think I got everything working right. It only takes me like 10 hours. Emotional damage. Oof, the Minnesnowta. Ooh, that was some freaky shit. All right. Put a dip in.
OG asks, what's wrong?
Hopefully nothing. Can you see me? Does everything sound okay? It takes me a little bit to get the Bluetooth to work with the wireless mic on a phone. Because anytime you plug or unplug anything from the phone, because of the fact that it runs through a 3.5 millimeter splitter, it disconnects Bluetooth. So hopefully nothing. You getting snowed on your way? It's snowing pretty good here. We probably got over an inch so far this morning.
Quite a bit.
Yep. They said we're supposed to get close to. We could get up to 3 inches yet today. Have coffee this morning. Go out and clean some snow off before I start driving on it.
Journey started says I have a bunch of frost. The notice implied something was wrong in an untechnical nature.
The notice? What did the notice say?
SMC 9974 says morning everyone.
Morning, SMC. Are you talking about my clickbait message? That's just to get people to come say hi to me.
Journey started says yes, clickbait.
But you came to say hi, huh? And check on me. That means I know you care. Well, over the weekend, we managed to get all the camping gear and the mass majority of the fishing gear downstairs. There's just some things in the van, some hygiene stuff that I got to.
SMC 9974 says, what do we got going on today?
I've got to load up some stuff to bring to storage for the winter, and then finish rearranging the garage now that I got all the other stuff out of there, and finish cleaning. We're gonna get everything cleaned out of the van, get that ready to be done for the season. I got 2 trailers to bring out to storage and pick one up. Get the garage cleaned out so Lolly can park in there. Now that we've made enough space in there, I've been eliminating cabinets with
Jeremy
a
Started says, do you pay rent for storage?
no. It goes out to the Ponderosa out there. Storage places out here aren't that much, but
SMC 9974 says, I am staring at this frozen lake.
I didn't go out and check yesterday, but the day before there was a half inch on a lot of the small
Jeremy
lakes.
Started says, Molly will have a warmer car in the morning to go to work.
She's got remote start and heated seats and everything. Just saves her from having to actually scrape the windows off. We keep our garage heated because I got too many fluids in there. And we found out it's pretty nice because if it gets really cold out and we want to go sit outside, we just go sit in the garage and we can open the garage door up. Yeah, I think that's going to work pretty good,
I
dear.
am looking at 2 inches so far.
Yeah, a lot of ours melted upon impact, but it's sticking now. Yeah, I think that's going to work this year, dear, with the snow and having that tilted up like that.
SMC 9974 says lake at home is locked up.
We could, well, I don't know. The snow might slow it down, but it depends on how much wind we get to blow it around because it's not a real heavy snow. But we could be out ice fishing by this weekend. I don't have a whole lot to do. I mean, a lot of it's just going to be organizing. And I think this week, maybe, or by this weekend, the Redneck Ice Cast, we're going to get that done. We only got about a weekend's worth of work on it to do. So, wow. This is always a limbo season for streaming for me because it's like I really don't have anything to go out and do because the lake's not safe enough to walk out and fish on. Normally I putz around with something in the garage, but I really don't have a whole lot to putz with other than cleaning it up, organizing stuff. But once that ice solids up, boy, we're living on the ice all day, all weekend long. Well, not all weekend. We'll see.
Journey Started says, how is the fishing trailer doing?
Good. It's cleaned up and about ready to go. We had 7 inches of ice. I could pull it out today. I do got to get the plow on the 4-wheeler though. That's a What'd y'all do this weekend? Did you miss me? I did a little live streaming on the Lube Tube, but I did a little streaming on the Tic Tac. I got to get acclimated to a new streaming schedule, but I had such a headache yesterday.
Fish House Nate says, good morning.
Morning, Nate. I had a headache yesterday, and I was really just kind of sitting here yesterday, and I was like, I was hoping it was going to go away because I was going to bring the stuff out to storage yesterday, and it wouldn't go away. And then got on the Tic Tac and streamed for a little bit. Ordered some more parts for the new unit. Hopefully, we'll have that up and going. We'll be doing some test streams from it here once we get it put together. Wednesday, everything shows, most of the stuff shows up.
Journey Started says, I got to climb up a ladder to finishing securing the new cable run by the Xfinity guy. He did not want to do it himself above a window. Fish House Nate says, effing snow.
I ordered stuff last week, and for some reason, it doesn't seem to want to show up until Wednesday. The only thing I have left to really buy is I got one button to buy, and then I got to buy a data pack, which I figure will run about $450, $500 to start everything. But it'll put me on all 3 carrier networks, and it'll be a good start to what we're doing. The nice thing is I can add more as things show up, or as things go up.
From Linda says, hey Ron.
And what's happening. And then the monthly maintenance of it's actually going to be way cheaper than LiveU. Live View is going to be about $450 a month, and I think I'll just be shy of 200. So I'm spending a little more money up front to do what I'm doing, but in the long run, it's way cheaper.
Nothing much, you?
Having some coffee. Oh, I got to get the generator off the trailer too.
Journey Started says relative had her delivered packages stolen yesterday when they were in the backyard. A neighbor's ring view caught on camera the thieves.
People have been getting like them, like people who get in the cities. What they've been doing is they've been getting them. Uh, what do they call them? Well, they're basically contractors' boxes. They're heavy boxes. They put them outside. And they've been getting three of them. They've been getting, for UPS and one for FedEx and one for speedy delivery for them to put packages in, and they just put in their instructions, leave in the box and place lock on box. And it's been a pretty good theft deterrent. There's literally people out stocking FedEx trucks and delivery trucks. We don't. I mean, it doesn't happen in this neighborhood. There's way too many people home, and you would definitely be going to jail here. They have a zero tolerance policy for that here. One guy got caught doing it last year, and they were trying to get him charged federal because it's a federal crime, but federal government didn't pick it up. But he did get charged through the county and through the state. I think he got 2 years. 2 years plus he has to pay
Amunda
back
asks,
everything
how
back.
are you?
I'm doing good. The thing is though is
Ochi
like
says of course they are. It's Xmas season. Broke as mother truckers need gifts.
no. Read a post one time on Facebook, and it kind of hit home because it reminded me when I was a kid. The parents who go and buy the iPads and the Nintendos and all that stuff for their kids and say Santa Claus brought
SMC
it.
9974 says I had all my summer fishing stuff stolen out of my truck a week ago, so now I have to go buy all new stuff for next year.
Damn. Well, this lady had posted a post, and her and her husband. I mean, they work hard, but basically what it said is that if you stop buying all the expensive stuff, telling them that it's from Santa Claus, and you do like the basic stuff, like the candy, the socks, and things like that, and you give that to them from Santa Claus. Um, it does things for kids to make them realize that Santa Claus doesn't play favorites. I started thinking about that, and I remember having that thought as a kid. Because somebody'd say, "Oh, Santa Claus brought me a Nintendo," or "Santa Claus brought me these fancy shoes," and as you get older, you understand what the case is. But at that time, um, I just felt like Santa Claus didn't really like me because all the other kids got all the stuff that they wanted, and they got all the stuff that I wanted, but I didn't get that. I didn't get that, you know. And my mom would shop all year for Christmas. She would take a little bit out of every check, and um, that was her one holiday because she would spend all year preparing to give us kids the best Christmas she possibly could. Every year our tree was loaded up underneath, and it may not have been the best of stuff, but we always, always, always had really good Christmases, and that was always my mom's holiday. And that's what makes it really hard for me to celebrate Christmas now because it just, I spent so many years, when I wasn't talking to family or anything like that, I spent so many years just not being around Christmas that when I finally got it back, it was something very precious and very sacred to me because of my mom. So my son and I, um,
Frigels HD says, hello everyone, I had a light 10-minute sprinkle of snow this morning.
with what's going on, it's like my son and I have started a tradition now that on Christmas Eve, because that's when my mom celebrated. On Christmas Eve now we go fishing, and because we're about the only two out of my mom's side of the family that'll actually get together. So, and my wife's family, I feel bad. I'm going to try and make it down this year, but Christmas is really, really tough for me. This will be my third year without my mom, and it'll be really tough for me to get together for Christmas.
SMC 9974 says kids nowadays are spoiled brats.
Some. There's a lot of good kids out there. A lot of really good kids out there. We only see the bad ones most of the time on the internet. I don't know so much that kids are spoiled so much, but our rules of discipline have been forced to change. Um, we have employed teachers and social workers and things with oh, that's an important message.
You are right on that one.
I remember my generation was one of the first ones in they started teaching about child abuse. You know, the normal pro quo was if you said something you weren't supposed to say, you got caught swearing as a kid, you got soap in the mouth.
It's just me, Viper, says Morning Ron.
Morning, Viper. You used to get soap in the mouth. And I remember my teacher, and I think I was in fourth grade, maybe third or fourth grade, teacher saying, well, that's child abuse. They can't do that. As a kid, I felt empowered. I went home and I told my mom, I said, you can't put soap in my mouth anymore. It's child abuse. My teacher said so. What did my mom do? She said, okay. My mom went and got Tabasco sauce. My teacher said, your parents can't hit you.
SMC 9974 says I ate a lot of bars of soap as a child lol.
Yep.
OG says soap. LMAO. I got my ass beat.
Well, we did too, but it was the
SMC 9974 says got the old wooden spoon a few times too.
Yeah, got the wooden spoon, got the fly swatter, uh, got the belt. The thing was, is they started teaching us that that was all forms of child abuse, and then unfortunately, that for me ruined me as a child because it was like all of a sudden I believed I had this victim mentality in my head that I was being abused all the time. Now there was some situations in my house that were definitely not. But for the most part, it started running me down this road of victim mentality with things in my house, and unfortunately, it put me on a long road of really being messed up as a kid. I started thinking I had such a bad life, and I mean, there was some instances in my house, and I'm not going to deny the fact that there was. Um, there were some instances in my house where things went way too far, um, and I don't think that's unnormal for parenting. The thing is figuring out how to work through it if it's constant. But now it has gotten to the point where a child can simply accuse a parent of anything, and the parent's word means nothing. It means absolutely nothing, and that's unfortunate. We're relying on the word of a child who, just because they wanted something, didn't get it. I mean, uh, or influenced by a video game, or influenced by whatever, or even influenced by another child to say something, and it throws their total life in disarray. The parents' words no longer mean anything. We've given, Child Protective Services is a great organization when they do their job and do things properly, but now it has become just bookwork to them. They have this checklist of stuff. They just run down this checklist, and once they've checked off all the checks, it's done. My wife and I have been involved in a couple of different situations where drugs and alcohol were involved to the highest degree, where these kids should not have been involved, should have never been put back in the home, and were. And it's like,
Daddy Shark says hello from MN Law.
oh shit. And you become a bona fide cheesehead, you're not allowed here anymore. You're not allowed here anymore. We have rules and laws and stuff to prevent that.
Frygles HD says I'm not having kids for these reasons. SMC 9974 says I look back on it now at my age I had everything coming to me.
Me too. I told my mom that much. I've said numerous times I should have got more ass whoopings than I got. So I should have got way more ass whoopings than I received. And my mom and I had our one blowout session about my childhood. Unfortunately, it happened in front of my son and my wife. But my mom and I were always very quick to apologize, say we're sorry, and move on. You know, um, but I think it helped our relationship out tremendously because we got a lot closer after that. because her telling me she was sorry for the things that I went through as a kid, some of the stuff that I went through early on as a kid, and then me apologizing for the things that I did to her home, as far as the mental stress and anxiety I put her through with the things that I chose to start doing in life. Um, it made our past go away. Between us, our past went away. We didn't have the issues that we had, you know, because my and my mom's relationship first starting out when we started deciding that we were going to be a part of each other's life was sketchy at best. We were tiptoeing around each other a lot, and it was based on my son coming back into my life, and we were tiptoeing each other a lot, and finally we had to confront our own issues. And when we did, it turned out to be one of the best things ever. It was a really bad blowout, and it was horrible. Um, my stepdad knew that it was the only time that I had seen him not stick up for my mom. And I think it was at that time he realized that that needed to happen because he had already apologized to me many, many years prior. You know, he had apologized to me uh, way prior to that, and uh, yeah, it was crazy. And my mom and I still had fights, but it wasn't really anything that we were fighting amongst each other. It was usually over shit with my kid. You know how grandparents are when it comes to kids. My wife and I fought with my mom constantly about things that she was allowing my son to do and things that they were allowing my son to do living in their house, and it drove me nuts. And I'm just like, that's not copacetic, you know. And they're like, well, what do you want us to do? We can't throw him out. I'm like, well, yes, you can. You did me. Told me to get the hell out. Sometimes parents have to do that. If your kids are unruly or they have no respect for your home, things like that. When I disrespected my parents' home, I think I was 15 years old. I knocked two windows out of their house, and I was never allowed to live there again until I was about 18 and had or 19 and had my first child because we wanted to be closer to family. So my parents allowed us to move back in order to find a place closer to home to live. Other than that, no, we weren't allowed to. I wasn't allowed to go back home because of what I had done. I had to apologize for it and things like that. But yeah, we weren't allowed. I wasn't allowed to go back there. And it wasn't that I accidentally knocked them out or anything like that. I purposely broke the windows out because I was pissed. I was mad. So I wasn't allowed to live there anymore. My dad basically said, if this is how you're going to treat our home, you don't want to be here. You need to leave. I went back a few days later to apologize, and he said, doesn't change it. You're not allowed here. I could go back to visit and things like that. I mean, they didn't like disband me at the time. They didn't quit talking to me until um, the FBI or where the county investigators are showing up at their house all the time to follow up on accusations that were made against me. And my mom basically sat me down, and I knew at the time, I just felt like she was abandoning me and that she was choosing my kids as moms over me. But really, what it was is my kids needed stability, and my life wasn't stable, not at all. You know, I'm hiding out in different houses, constantly looking over my shoulder. I mean, I remember going to visit my mom one time, and no more than I get there, there's three cops sitting there.
Tough love hurts, but sometimes it just has to be done.
You're absolutely correct in that. And for a lot of years, for 10 years, for 10 years, I walked around with the resentment. And it wasn't until I was doing my 7 year stint that I really realized how much I wanted a relationship with my mom. And one of the biggest blessings that I had is she got to see me a changed man. She got to see me not so angry all the time. She got to see me not out breaking the law in order to make money. It's not to say that I don't get angry, but I don't get violent angry. What's that look for? I get protective angry, but I don't get violent angry. Hmm. Oh, I wasn't expecting to have this conversation this morning. Well, that makes for some hellacious coffee talk.
Lol.
Well, I've also been realizing, I love everything here on Twitch, but if Twitch keeps heading the way it's going, I don't know that I'll have this platform to be able to stream from. I'm literally watching streamers get banned for nothing. Um, One guy got swatted and Twitch banned his account. I mean, he got back on, but it's still the point of he didn't do anything wrong and got
The
banned.
Buzzard says I saw that story.
Yeah, he's unbanned now, but it was, and he's a very, very big streamer, and it's like
They thought he staged it. Bar Y Hendelson says hello all here. I know, they ban faster and easier emo.
they do. And it can be for the simplest stuff because they claim that they're trying to create a safe environment. Safe environment for what?
The Buzzard says good morning.
Buzz, how you doing? I don't know that they're creating.
XMC9974 says Elon Musk got his fingers in Twitch also.
I hope
The
so.
Buzzard says, did you wake to snow?
Yep, we got snow out there.
I am good.
We've probably gotten about 2 inches this morning.
OG says morning buzz.
We've probably gotten
RY
about 2 inches this
Hendelson
morning.
says check out Trovo live and Odise.com. The Buzzard says same here. Hey Og.
I mean, all of it didn't stick, but I don't know, we probably got about maybe a half, 3/4 of well, we got about an inch
We
standing.
making ice soon.
We're already making ice. As of 2 days ago, we had a half-inch ice on all our smaller lakes. My son and I stopped and checked them out. We had a half-inch ice on them. Some of the lakes right on the shoreline, my big ass could stand on it. I mean,
Nice.
it was bowing underneath me, but I wasn't falling through. It was solid sheet state. So we could be out ice fishing by this weekend, provided the weather holds and the snow doesn't become a huge insulating factor. Now that we got a good sheet of light wind to keep blowing the snow across the lake would help out a ton. Not a heavy wind, just enough wind to blow the snow across the lake, keep it cleaned off.
I am gonna shop a portable. Bar Y Hendelson asks Netherlands here. We have not been ice skating for over a decade now. Minnesnowta also less cold winters?
No. Actually, we had our longest ice fishing season last year than we've had in a very long time. I was out a week before Christmas, dear. 2 weeks, week. I was out on 7 or 8 inches of ice a week before Christmas, and I fished into April. I was the second week of April, and I pulled off because it was looking like a big thaw out, but we still had 28 inches of ice, but I just didn't want to deal with the slush because I was pulling fish houses with my van. And had I just lifted the fish house, I could have been out there probably another week. We had a pretty good ice season last year.
OG says Buzz. I bought Vexus's flip over, so I have a clam hub if you are interested.
My son went and bought a Vortex Lodge. Rotax sent me a message telling me that they were on sale at Fleet Farm, and my kid called up there and he's like, "Well, they're not on sale." I
Bob
said they don't
Buzzard
go on
says
sale
I
till
am
Saturday
looking for
morning.
a flip over also.
I will tell you this, as my son just found out because I told him to look over this thing thoroughly, and of course because he wanted it and he had to have it. I mean the things that
I have an old clam in the basement.
um this thing had some defects, and what he paid for this, he could have spent $4 or could have spent like $20 more and got a brand new one. We just had to go to St. Cloud. But
Walleye Ah Chi Chi Ta says morning everyone.
morning, walleye. Yeah, there's
OG says morning walleye.
he I didn't really want him to get the big pro lodge because his thing is he will get frustrated with things.
Bob Buzzard says GM.
I wanted him to get like the pro cabin because it was smaller. They're easier to set up in the wind. And he's like, "Well, these people said," I said, "they also had 3 people setting it up. It's just going to be you out there." So my guess is he's like, "Well, you did it." I said, "I had to set up old shitty fish houses from the time I was a kid. We used to do the suitcase fish houses. And if any of y'all have ever set one of them up by yourself, you know it's a pain in the dick. I mean, literally, in the wind, it's like getting dick punched. Because you flip it open, you climb inside of it, you stand one up, and you got to hold that, and then you got to try and figure out how to stand the other end up because you walk all the way into the far end of it to set them up. Because basically, what a suitcase house does is it has 2 loopholes. You stand up like this, and then you got to put the cross braces in. So you hurry up and you do your best to get one cross brace in, and then you got to set up another one. And then you got to go, and if you do it right, then you got to make sure you got tie out lines, because if it's ice on the lake and there's no snow, that son bitch is going for a ride across that glare ice. It becomes a big wind sail. It'll literally just go skeet skirting across the ice. I remember I was camped out one, me and my younger brother, we were camped out one, and then he left for the night and I stayed out there, and it was on glare ice, and then the wind picked up. Broke 2 fishing poles that day.
Bar Y Hendelson says rope it in while holding one end. If I see it right in my mind's eye.
No, what we did is, well, at the time you didn't have the fancy screws that you had now. So what you did is you basically took a barn spike and you drove it in at an angle. You had a rope wrapped around each ski, and then you would just stake it out, because that's what it would do is You'd stake it out, and then you try to have it so it's sitting broadside in the wind to keep it from blowing around.
Poppies37 says, I love listening to your stories, sir.
Yeah, life experiences bring a lot.
Fish House Nate says, the old Mankato's suitcase fish house.
Yep. Canvas craft. That was the big one I always had, was the canvas craft ones. Matter of fact, I just had one last year, and I sold it to Broken High Lifter. Well, I didn't sell. We don't really do a whole lot of cash exchange. We trade. All of us trade amongst each others. And I'll be honest with you, them old suitcase fish houses are still some of my favorites. They're heavy. You can't get out on as early ice as you can with these newer ones, but the thing with those is they were heavy, heavy canvas on them.
Buzzard asks, canvas craft out of Rogers?
Yep. I've owned 3 of them, and they were really, really good ones.
Walleye says, you got any hookups for Vachel transport companies?
Vehicle transport companies? What do you need transported? And then do you want it in an enclosed trailer transport or open trailer? Enclosed trailers cost more.
Dash asks, from where to where and what is it? Walleye Akichi Ta says, thinking about putting the tracks on the Jeep down here and then have it shipped.
I mean, if you don't mind an open transport, I'll come pick it up with a gooseneck. I'll come pick it up with a gooseneck and run it up. Otherwise, if you want it professionally, professional transport, then I would tell you to message Dash. He works for a company that probably do that.
Would be fine.
Yeah, I got a gooseneck we can put it up on. Bet you my young is probably running his tail off right now because of what I've been seeing. I woke up and looked at
Dash asks, how heavy will it be?
Not that heavy. It's going to be more wide than it is heavy. It's just a Jeep Grand Cherokee, older one. What do they call it? The YJ body or something like that. 4.0 and it's just the tracks. Makes it way wider. Otherwise, any towing company too would be able to run it up there. I don't know. I don't even know who I would call down in your neck of the woods.
Big Daddy yells, Barwai Hendelson, just follow the channel.
Thank you for the follow. You got the gooseneck ball in your truck, Walleye? The hidden fifth wheel ball? Either that or you could save yourself some money and go rent a car.
Walleye Akichi Ta says I don't.
Bummer. Otherwise, I mean, that thing's light enough. You could go rent a bumper pull trailer and pull it up yourself. Just tell them you need a deck over trailer. You don't need a real big one for that. It's just got to be wider. Nice thing is that Jeep's got built-in pull points already, so you can. When they did that, they put the pull points on that Jeep, so you got easy chaining places for that. Or you can go to Menards and buy 10-inch or 2-inch ratchet straps for $10 a crack. You only need 4 of them. Strap it down. I have access to a bumper pull trailer that I could pull down to your place empty on the van. And if you want to go up, we can pull. And I've got straps. If you want, we can do it ourselves. Save you a shit ton of money. You can just pull it up behind the Dodge. You let me know when you want to do it. I can do that. Literally, I just thought about this. I've got a bumper pull deck over trailer that thing will fit right up on. Forgot about that trailer. I can use it anytime I want. I just don't think I might be able to pull it loaded on the van. I don't know. I haven't tried. It's a heavier trailer.
I looked online last night and got a quote from $450 to $640.
This will cost you whatever it costs you fuel in your Dodge. Because I had to come down and get the deucer from you anyways. So deucer and power cable. Yeah, if you want to transport it or whatever, that's not bad though. I mean, $450 to transport it that from your place up there, that's pretty fucking cheap. Not even gonna lie, that is pretty cheap. The I wouldn't have been able to do it as far as when I was doing it for that cheap. Even at 640, that's not that bad. Not from going for your place up there and then them having to come back. 450 is pretty fucking cheap. But if you want to do it for the cost of fuel, just let me know. I'll bring a trailer down. Get the tracks on it, strap it down. That old white truck I had, that one I brought out to the tip-up tourney, that's what.
The 640 quote included insurance on the load.
There you go. Well, as long as you got insurance on it anyways, it don't matter. If it gets fucked up in transport, your insurance will pay for it too. But yeah, that's a big deal because that's a nice rig. whatever way you want to go, brother, you let me know. But that's at 640 with insurance on the load. That's a pretty good fucking rate right there. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That's a really good rate. But otherwise, I got access to a deck over trailer to pull up with a Cummins. Or if you don't want to pull it, I'll just drive your truck and pull it up. We don't want to pay for fuel in my truck to pull it up. It's got a 460 gas and a 4-speed. That gooseneck on there, she averages about 6 to 8 miles to the gallon. If we break 10, we're doing something wrong. But she'll haul the mail. She'll haul the mail all day long. It's a toter rig. A crew cab toter rig. That's what she does. I'd use my 16-footer to haul it up there, but I couldn't get it on there with the tracks on it. I've never installed a set of them on a vehicle, so I don't know what it takes to put them on there. I put them on 4-wheelers, side by sides. Never put them on a vehicle, though. Nobody around here. Well, one guy runs them, and it's because he goes up to where you go fishing up there at Lake of the Woods. He's got them on a geo tracker.
Fairly easy to put on.
I really ain't got a whole lot going on. If you want, I can bring my electric Ooga Dooga. If you know what size the lug nuts are, I got my big Ooga Dooga, and I got my big ass floor jack. I could throw it in the van if you just want to drive them up there. We can drive them up there. I'll put the tracks on up there. And I got my bottle jack, my bigger bottle jack. They're pretty easy to put on. Do it that way too. I got my big Ooga Dooga. Grab a bag of tools and then a couple of jacks.
I'll let you know.
I worked in tow trucks for on and off for 20 years, man. This shit don't bother me. Going up there in the snow and changing tires, I did it for a living. Doesn't matter what it was. Semi trucks. It'd be kind of a neat experience. Putting tracks on. How much snow they got up there already? They got to be getting hit worse than we did. Is there any coffee left here?
OG says I'm down for a road trip if help is needed.
How much coffee's left? I can grab it. Perfect. I have to go get some more coffee creamer today. I need coffee too. Well, I got some from the van yet. But yeah, I can get more. What? What do you want? What's that? What are you doing? Bingo tonight? I can do that. And we got some tomato soup left here too. Otherwise, I think I got one can out in the. Oh, did you? Okay. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. I'm down for whatever. That'd be fun. I really don't have shit going on. I'm just making up shit to do. Yeah, Saturday I do have something going on. I have to go down to the cities. My niece is in a play, and Brody wants to see me, and looks like my nephew-in-law. Oh shit! Back in the popcorn. I don't know why I just don't bring that whole bag. Just set it over there next to you. So the movie theater here, you can go and get a big ass bag of popcorn for $20. We like popcorn in this house. Waiting for the call today. My pork's supposed to be done, but I don't want to make 2 trips out there either, like I've been doing. Because usually they call me and they say, well, this part's done, but then you got to wait another 2 weeks for the smoked stuff. And it's like, well, they like to get everything out of there so they don't have to store it. I think I'm going to call them.
Rotax says howdy.
Duty, sir.
OG yells UFC 281 that happened this last Saturday. Was amazing. Rotax says about that ice by Thanksgiving. It's on the way. Bays and small lakes are freezing up.
We got a ½ inch ice or better on most of our lakes out here.
How much snow did y'all get down south of me? We got 3 inches maybe.
We've gotten about 2 so far, but it's still snowing. We got about an inch standing.
Fish House Nate says, did you wire your Northern Light rattle reel or you use the battery pack that come with it? OG says sitting at 2 inches.
I got the 12-volt adapters. I went to Surplus Warehouse. They sell the adapters.
Walleye says, how about that Vikings game yesterday? Think it took 2 years off my life.
What I did is
says that game was crazy.
I went to Surplus Warehouse and I get the adapters so you can just plug them into the wall. They make an adapter to go from regular outlet to the rattle reels. That's what I've done. Or otherwise, I run wire right to the 12-volt system. But I got buddies that just run the battery packs. You'll switch the batteries out of them one time for the year, maybe, depending on how much you fish. If you're just doing the weekends when you got time off, you'll change about once a year.
Rotax says, got my plow mounted on the ATV and transmission swapped. Was a busy weekend for me. Need to get the winch finished up.
My son went and bought that used fish house even after you sent me that, because I told him we'd head out to St. Cloud and go look. And he's like, well, I called them and they said they weren't. I said, they don't go on sale until this weekend. So he bought the used one. It's got some defects, but it's his money. He can spend it whatever way he wants.
Fish House Nate says, okay, sound good.
Yeah, you'll literally change the batteries out of it with maybe once during the season. Biggest thing is make sure that you unplug them when you're not using them. They've got a little plug-in for the rattle reel. Unplug it off of that aluminum post. Make sure you unplug them if you're running the battery pack, because all it takes is they only got to move a little bit and then they're on, and you will run a battery dead. You'll run your battery pack dead. They don't have a huge draw, and I think they run like 4 AAA batteries per battery pack. Or, well, no, I take that back, because the ones in the Glacier, we just hooked up to Vexilar batteries. We put the clips on them. Run them off of Vexilar batteries.
8 battery in a pack.
Yeah, we switched over to clips and ran Vexilar batteries in the Glacier. The ones that were in the Glacier were all on battery packs, or on the Vexilar batteries, because you can buy them at Runnings. Buy the Vexilar batteries cheap. And then we just had one extra Vexilar battery we'd swap out between the Vexilars and the rattle reels.
Okay, I bought 4 for now. See how I like them.
I love them. I could imagine using another rattle reel, especially for fishing at night. Saves you from, they light up bright enough, saves you from having to turn the light on when they go off. I'm absolutely in love with those things.
I got cut my whole sleeves down to yet.
Yeah, I've learned with the whole sleeves, if you cut them a little short, it's better, instead of trying to get them sit right on the ice, because then no matter where you set your house down at, We did the same thing with the glacier last year. Is cut the whole sleeve shorter than getting right down to the ice because they usually pack in anyways. But it's when you start getting that wind blow
Yes.
over ice and shit like that, it popped up and
And what I did on Old House.
yeah, we're making square hole sleeves for mine so I can insulate them. The 5 gallon buckets were good if I was doing an 8-inch hole, but I like my 10-inch holes. So in order to do my 10-inch holes, I've got to run. I've got to put the. We're gonna square them out, insulate them, probably make them 1 or 2 inches thick, foam board insulation. I was thinking about dropping it lower to the ice. Uh, a buddy of mine did his camper fish house. He sent me pictures of his old one, and what he did was he actually put longer axles on it so he could make a bigger drop. But his was also kind of a pain in the ass because he had jacks mounted on the backside, so he'd have to crank the jacks up. He'd flip the axle over once he got on the ice. He'd loosen up the U-bolts, flip the axle over so that way it would go up. It was really close to the ice, but then he'd have to jack it back up when he was going to leave the ice and then flip the axle back down. So then it would sit stupid ridiculously high because he made his own drop on them. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think I want to go through all that. At that point, I'd probably do if I was that worried about it. The only thing I got to find is some. Uh, I want to find some rubber. I want to do like I don't know, like a rubber skirt all the way around it, heavy rubber skirt. When we go through and redo the walls, just put a, you know, something like a semi truck flap, but find like a solid piece. I might just have to find some rubber matting for a floor, so I get long strips. So I'm not putting multiple pieces on. But I don't want to drop it so far that it's dragging in the on the snow or whatever if I'm going across the ice. I'll be plowing a lot of my own roads this year, so we'll be putting some work in with the 4-wheeler because I don't have a plow truck. Well, I got access to plow trucks. My old plow truck I can use anytime I want, but if it gets really bad, I'll just go grab the plow truck. But for me to own a plow truck for ice fishing doesn't make any sense when I've got probably 2 dozen buddies. Jason's going to be pretty busy this year, so he doesn't know how much he's actually going to be out ice fishing. But if he's around, he said he'll just plow a road. Thought about doing like some of these guys do, where they take their some guys around here. There's a few guys now that I've seen. They've gotten bulk tanks for their propane. They get the little mini ball tanks, and they got them mounted on a trailer, and they just pull it right behind their fish house in tandem. Like, I could do that. Law enforcement here isn't really anal about that kind of stuff when it comes to ice fishing. They're not bad about it at all. As long as you got working lights on stuff, they're, as long as you got working tail lights, they're pretty decent about stuff. You know, because like a lot of us, all we do is hop the lakes here locally. But next year, When I get the walls tore out of the redneck ice castle, I'm putting all the clearance lights and stuff on it. The only reason I thought about it is because then I could hook my other trailer up. I was thinking about hooking my other trailer up behind the. I found a tube that I can use to put a second hitch on mine, and I could drag the wheeler and everything right behind me with it. But I'll just make 2 trips when that stuff comes down to it. Doesn't make any sense to. I'm not. I mean, the furthest out I'm going is 20 miles. Doesn't make any sense to do that. It's not that I would feel it was I mean, road conditions would be a big play too, but they're usually pretty good about keeping the roads cleaned up here. There's a few of them that I go on. It takes them a couple days to get them cleaned off, but I'll just make 2 trips. It's easier. Less my old truck gets done. We should be getting that in here the next week or 2. I do have an ice fishing truck. It's just going to be a beat around town truck. Because I want to get the van set up for just doing camping shit for now. And then once I get the interior done on it, I'm going to sell it for going to the school bus project. I can sell the van when it's completely done for enough to go get a school bus. May not be able to 4-wheel drive it right away, but I'll be able to use it, cut it down. Got a flatbed for it already too. A heavy one. Be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
Put in already.
No, that's all that's been in here.
Okay, I got a little bit more.
Jay Burner says good night, sweet prince. May the force be with you.
This is a little bit too much than I wanted, so no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It was a joke. What's that? Bubba Bacon. Bubba Bacon. Oh no! Oh! It almost went in the hole! Oh my god! It almost went in the hole! It was so close! Holy sh... Are you kidding?
It is not good enough that she's trying to put her own in the hole. She's trying to put my $1,000 cell phone in the hole. She literally tried dumping my $1,000.
Dash Life says you're welcome, sir.
Mr. Wall E. Gator comes to visit.
Road tax 670 says nice.
This says turn on the stream.
Whack-a-bump says fishy.
This is small. Turn the camera though. Make it a little bigger than that. No meat on it. Hell, stomach.
Just here, 999.
Thank you.
AMC Jeep MJ says Beast Cat. J.
Oh, that's a northern. Old snot rocket.
That's the first one of these I've ever caught out of here. 8 years. Yeah.
Fish Stalker TV says nice. Stonar yells, oh nice.
Little slimer, little snot rocket.
Oh yeah!
Australis Fishing. Red BOT says go give Australis Fishing a follow at URL. They were last seen playing Just Chatting.
Alright, should be all zeroed out. Y'all can see that. He's not going to be much more than a pound. But
Looks bigger than a pound.
yeah, he ain't much more than a pound. You see the
Batman
number?
Swag 2016 says hey Ruger wife.
1.27.
1.27. How much damage it did here.
Trucker Chad just cleared 25 fish.
Catfish fever. Come on, come on.
I brought him out. Medium Hellcat, giant flathead.
45 pounds.
45-pound giant flathead on a medium Hellcat. Actually had a demon.
You guys see that zeroed out? Okay. Gonna hook the fish to it, little guy. And what does it say?
Randy
zeros.
1990 says redneck.
Yeah, buddy. What's up, Randy? Good to see you.
How are ya?
And we're back. All right. Time is it? Oh shit! The post office is done at 11:30, huh? All right. I'm gonna have to put y'all back. I'll be right back. Screen for a minute. I gotta run to the post office. It closes in 20 minutes. I got something sitting there. I just walked across the yard. Be right back. Sorry. That was cool as shit.
Barbecue paddlefish tonight.
They're out of season here. All right. So what do I do?
Another
Drop
one
them in
says
here and I'll
low.
lower them down.
I was like,
So, like, this is-
myself was nice.
This just signifies like how much body secretion.
Jump 651 says damn that glare
Because
back.
this is not just my head. That's normally all over
Damn.
my body. If I'm hot, and so I get stinky.
Hey, back.
What up, Maxwell?
Gump says you're glaring like a motherfucker back there. Gump says you're glaring like a motherfucker back there.
Glaring, yeah?
All that Mr. Clean you got going. Whoa!
Shouldn't be what?
Somebody clip that.
No, I'm not. I'm not
I
sweating at
am
all.
bald also.
Yeah.
And that's why it's not that bad. If we were in the
Syrup. Better than that imitation crap they sell in stores. Text to Buzzard X says, wow, that a good one.
That is a
Analyze that
tank.
nice one. Text to Buzzard X says eater all day.
That's what we've been looking for.
Hey Tigress 2 says nice perch.
Buddy, he engulfed this.
Bot says scene switched to low. RCO underscore bot says current bitrate 491 kilobits per second. It's underscore unequistyles underscore 420 says let's see this thing. RCO underscore bot says scene switched to live. RCO underscore bot says current bitrate 737.
Mr. Wall E. Gator comes to visit.
Rotax 670 says nice.
This says turn on the stream.
Whack-a-bump says fishy.
I brought him out. Medium Hellcat, giant flathead.
45 pounds.
45-pound giant flathead on a medium Hellcat. Actually had a demon.
Another walleye. Another walleye. Look at him.
Gump 651 says dinner. Lord Nivex yells let's go.
Oh,
Wake
yeah.
Agent
Look at
says
that.
let's go baby.
Look at that. That's a nice one.
Rogue Heron says beauty.
Oh, yeah. Have that back, sir.
X.Buzzard X says fatty.
Yeah, she's
Soggy
full of
Wonka
eggs.
Custom says hold it up more. Lord Nivex says that's lunch.
No, she's
Dash
got eggs
Life
in her.
says URL. Cops got your dope yells fish fry.
She's got eggs in her.
Weather Cop says
Welcome to my house. Cause these are my people.
Thank you.
This is my land.
Thank you for the gift, South American.
Warhorse
Huh?
70 says that's a pretty nice one for this state.
You can't see it.
Hole yells well done, sir. Daddy
You can't
Shark
see it.
says
I don't
congrats,
care.
Brother. 0.0. Paddle 123.
26.4.
Bigger scale.
Look at that. Look at that.
Dabaway says an odd burnout missed it ha 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 ha.
Oh,
Point
thank you,
blank.
Lord.
Buzzard X says lol.
Pieces of wood and have one here, one in the center, and one on
Big
the other
Bone
side.
Trout
That's
says
what I see
lol.
most people do, and just turn it into a cubby. But for the sake of structure and the build out I'm trying to do, we're going with
Soggy
full
Wonka
pistol all the way
Custom
across.
says she's approved.
So next I'm gonna measure from door to door. So the inside of that plastic piece, we're at about 52. 'Cause after
And it all goes down just like that.
Dash Life says you're welcome, sir.
Alright, awesome.
This just in is in that one next there.
Oh, we have a rattler. Says about 2 miles from alligators.
Buckshots. Oh. Walter. No, he's got my line. Yep, he got me.
Guys says you snow bunnies are nuts. I'm in South Carolina. We ain't do snow round here. Tricam says nice. I lived in MN in the 80s and 90s.
There we go.
Farrakhan says lol. Aquasia says lol. Farrakhan says look the shit.
Super Stormy says he catches some good fishes.
Well,
Put in already.
No, that's all that's been in here.
Okay, I got a little bit more.
Jay Burner says good night, sweet prince. May the force be with
This is a little bit too much than I wanted, so no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It was a joke.
What's that, Bubba Bacon? Bubba Bacon? Oh no! Oh! It almost went in the hole! Oh my god! It almost went in the hole! It was so close! Holy sh... Are you kidding?
It is not good enough that she's trying to put her own in the hole. She's trying to put my $1,000 cell phone in the hole.
It almost
She
went.
literally tried dumping my $1,000. You guys see that zeroed out? Okay. Gonna hook the fish to it, little guy. And what does it say? Come on. Zeros. $3.81.
Randy
zeros.
1990 says redneck.
Yeah, buddy. What's up, Randy? Good to see you.
How are ya?
I'm doing good, brother. That's the second one in the boat for today.
Thank you.
AMC Jeep MJ says Beast Cat. J
Oh, that's a northern. Little snot rocket. That's the first one of these I've ever caught out of here. 8 years. Yeah. Hi, I'm Ron Cleveland. This is Ron Cleveland Indoors. Had my hopes up. Oh, shit. Damn, my brother just called me. He just hit his public land buck out there in Arkansas, which is actually really really hard to do down there. It's kind of a big feat to do down there to peg a big buck down there, public land. He just called me to let me know that he double lunged one at 40 yards. So, and he was looking at it, it was laying there on the ground, but he was just doing the wait time. So he got the old buck fever going on. You can tell by the sound of his voice, he got the buck fever going on. I was hoping some of my parts are going to show up today.
asks who did.
My brother. Arkansas public land hunting for big bucks is just fucking miserable. It is miserable down there to do that because it's like there's tons of deer down there. There's tons and tons of deer, but big deer in Arkansas just are not a thing. And he's been scouting this out for a couple of years and finally found a chunk of land that had a good sized buck on it, and the thing just magically disappears during hunting season. And he was literally just getting ready, like had his pack strapped up, had his pack in his mouth, he was strapping his bow to it, and this thing comes walking out. He's in the process of buying a new house, so he was going to be there for the inspector. And as he was doing that, so he had to unhook his bow from his pack, set it down. I'll be getting pictures here shortly, but yeah, that's a hell of a feat where he's at, because that's the big bucks out there, especially on public land, not normal. Because public land out there there's a lot of trails, a lot of ATV traffic, a lot of four-wheeler traffic, a lot of truck traffic. They don't do like Minnesota does. I mean, if you can get a truck down it, you can drive down it. They're not really big on the whole OHV trail thing. A lot of people don't run trucks out in a lot of them places just because of the fact that it's really sketchy shit running around on the mountains. But kudos to him, man. He wanted his trophy land buck. He hadn't gotten one yet. I've never done it down there, but I know what it's like to get it out here where I was hunting public land, and that is a hell of a feat. It took me 4 years. 4 years to get a big one off public land out where we were hunting. See, the thing is it's got to be when you're hunting public land, it's during deer season, it's tough because you have to deal with about 500 cases of stupid out there. You think squirrels are bad? Go hunt on public land with other people. Ain't squirrels you got to worry about. It's the people who decide that they're going to have a barbecue right there at their deer stand. And then all of a sudden they got to be upwind of you. You can go out and scout it and scout it and scout it, man. And all it takes is one dude to walk in on your sight. And that's it. It's over. And I don't know how many, times that happened. It doesn't matter how far deep you get in there. Somebody's thinking the same way you are, and they walk right through your sight.
That's pretty much why I quit hunting public land.
That's what makes it the challenge, getting that big buck off of public land. He said, you know what? It's finally over. I can go back to a normal life. I can go back to normal hunting. I can go to hunt for meat. We all go through them phases. Like, I'll probably get back into the phase where I'd like to pursue the state record largemouth. I don't know that I would turn it in, but if I caught it on stream and weighed it on stream, it would be good enough for me. But I don't know that I would turn it into the state because, yeah. If I caught one on stream, weighed it out, had clips made of it, did some, did all the documentation. I got to get a new bump board too. My my bump tape is coming, or my measuring tape is coming up in the fish house. It's not laying out very well. For the first time in my life, I'm actually gonna have to uh, buy an actual bump board, and I got to get one big enough for at least 40 inches, because first couple of weeks early ice, I'm going to be in pursuit of a 40 plus inch northern that has evaded me now on two separate occasions. It might have been the same one, or it could be two different ones, but I've got a little lake that most people, nobody ever fishes, and we caught some decent. It was either perch, bullhead, or northerns that we pulled off of there. But
Boss Lady says hello, everyone.
oh, boss lady. But twice last year, I had two hooks straightened out by a monster northern. Didn't help none that I was fishing right after carpal tunnel surgery, so it made my efficiency in bringing fish up way harder, which would have been cool if I'd have caught a wall mounter that way. Would have been absolutely legendary. Yeah, that would have been legendary. There's a couple of clips you'll see where my hand pulling up fish. You'll see where my hand, because it was like, I had my left hand done first, so it, basically having to figure out how to hold the rod, and I thought for sure I'd be just on rattle reels and it'd be a little easier because I could pull with one, hold with the other, because I could still use my fingers. But once I got the first whiff of him on camera, it was like, then I was in hot pursuit. I mean, it was a big, big fish. For this area, a 40-inch northern is a big fish, and had one swallow my camera. That was nice. And then, yeah, we're gonna go out and see if we can't get him again this year. See if I can't get on him again. I'm hoping that that's just regular hunting grounds for him, because it seemed like after about the first 2 weeks there, all the bigger fish moved out, which I can understand. It's a shallow lake. The lake only gets to be about 9 feet deep. So they move out, and it's actually an in-between lake of other lakes. It's kind of like a mini chain. But it'd be nice to get one of those, get one this year. I call it my wall mounter, but I don't think I'm going to wall mount a fish, because I realize the fact that, yeah, I may catch one big enough to mount on the wall, but I don't know how many times I've seen at garage sales or on sell and swap, people selling their dad or their grandpa's wall mounters, you know, and I think for me, the gratification would be to catch it live on stream and just send it back. My ambitions have changed a lot, having some time in the woods and some.
Saz27 asks, wait, a fish ate the camera?
Yep. Had a big old northern pike last year grab a hold of my camera, my underwater camera. So in the Redneck Ice Castle, I hook up my underwater camera to the TV in there. That's the main reason for the TV in there.
Dog Buzzard says I had a replica made.
I don't even know that I would do that. As long as I have as long as I got to share the experience with other people. And that's usually why, the wall mounters. The wall mounters were so you could share that experience with other people. But it's like me having the opportunity to do this full time and be on stream and do that stuff.
Saz27 says damn.
Actually, Markham Technologies, when I sent them the capture or the SIM card, I sent them a SIM card with a video of the fish eating the camera, and they actually repaired it all for free. They put an upgraded camera and everything on it. It was pretty cool. So yeah, it was pretty wild. I'd never experienced anything like that before in my life.
Buzzard says he'd like to have the 32 flathead replica made, but that would be spendy.
Yeah, I was for the longest of my first few years here on Twitch, that was the thing. I was like, man, that'd be really nice background in the studio or in the fish house, hang some wall mounters up. Even for a while, my wife and I in our old house, we were going to take our living room and kind of make it like a sportsman's den because I had a whole curio cabinet full of old antique lures and had old antique rods in another case. And we were putting them in the corner, but it's like I'm more into simplifying my life with
That
things.
50 you got would look good down there.
So, but that's the thing. When I'm dead and gone, nobody's going to want that stuff. My kid might hang on to it, but like you said, when I started looking at selling swaps and Craigslists and started looking at all these wall mounters that people were either throwing away or, just didn't want anything to do with, it's like that fish could have still been in the lake.
Questella yells hello.
Hello, Questella. So for me, it's if I catch it on video, if I got it live on stream, it's more than enough for me. I got to share the experience with people. And that's what wall mounters are about. I will always know what I've caught, and I think what brought me to the reality is when we were talking about, some people were asking me about some of the biggest fish in my 7-pound largemouth. I caught that up at Lake of the Woods, or not Lake of the Woods, but BWCA.
What are we doing today?
I don't know. What are we doing today?
Dub Buzzard says Luke's 100-pounder looks good on his wall.
That's a replica. He put it back. Don't get me wrong. If I caught a legendary fish like that, I'd probably get a replica made. And it's a 118-pound blue cat, and the replica hangs up at Old Carver Fishing Bait and Tackle. So if you guys ever want to see it live, loud, and in charge, head to Carver, Minnesota. Go check it out. It's a big fish. Like me to do a replica of a flathead out of the Minnesota River, it would probably have to be better than 60 pounds because I've seen a lot of 50s come out of there this year. Seen lots of pictures of 50s come out of there this year. So it would have to be something significant. Like me, like I was saying, a 40-inch northern or 40. I've caught 36s. I've had 38s. A lot of them come out around here. And kept a couple of them, threw a bunch of them back. Like if it was a smaller lake, I for lake management purposes, I would keep a couple for pickling. But usually I get the average size northerns, and now they have a slot limit on them.
My PB pike is 39 inches.
I got 2 39s in 1 year, but typically I'm at 36, 38. I just can't seem to break that 40 mark. And that's my goal, is to break the 40 mark. And I'm hoping I can do it right away this winter. If I can break that 40 mark, that'll be that. Just like a 30 or 30 plus inch walleye. I've never done it. And the thing is, when you're younger, you don't ever think of that stuff. And I know, now a lot of the lakes that you used to catch these big fish on are just extremely hammered hard. So it's not, when I was younger, going out to Waverly Lake, catching big fish was normal. 16-inch crappies were the norm out there. And I mean, 5 to 6 pound largemouth were the norm out there. So you ran big lures a lot. Catching big bluegills. I've been redefining what a big perch looks like nowadays. So catching average perch was norm out there. You get out there early ice and head to the north end of the lake, and you limit out on perch in a matter of an hour. So then you just sit out there, catch and release, catch and release, catch and release till nighttime. You wait for the walleyes to come through, unless the northern decide to come through and just rail you. But up until I really got into hardcore fishing, and it seemed like once I started weighing everything and measuring everything, the and fishing a lot harder, you catch a lot of fish, and out here, like I've got pictures of some big fish I used to catch out here before people really started fishing lakes out here. And since COVID, the lakes out here have just been getting hammered, 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 and they just don't get any relief, none. And they're overfished. A lot of the lakes out here are overfished. Um, the amount of growth in the lakes as far as weeds and things like that is just insane. I've watched weed patches that would never get out past 16 feet of water. Now we're, out into 18 to 20 feet of water. And I mean, we're talking thick weed patches. I'm not talking just a sporadic weed here and there. I'm talking thick weed patches. So it's going to be interesting. And then with the lake clarity going up, because of zebra mussels in a lot of lakes in this area, with the clarity of the lakes going up, these weed beds aren't dying off as fast. They're not like laying down like they normally do. So going in shallow water early fishing, I mean, you're messing with a lot of weed in there, and a couple of years ago we had really, really clear ice, and it made it really difficult to fish. But the good thing is that if you left your fish house in one spot long enough, with the ice being as clear as it was, it became structure to them. It became shade. It became cover. So I learned that because I moved around a couple times, and it was like I had a little bit of luck, but as soon as I left my fish house in the same place, I was consistently catching fish all the time. So, and then we got snow finally. The end of the year, we finally got snow, and it started normalizing the fish. I don't know what an accomplished crappie would be for me. Like, I've caught a lot of 16s. I don't think I've ever caught an 18-inch crappie, though. I don't think I've ever caught an 18. I know I've caught a lot of 16s. 16s are actually still pretty common around here if you find the right spots for them, if you get on the right places. And 16 is a good big size crappie, but I don't think I've ever caught an 18. Got one 17 3 years ago, but I don't think I've ever pulled an 18. The biggest bass I pulled through the ice is 5 pounds. That would be neat if I could pull like a 6 or 7 pounder through the ice, but that's pretty tough. And I don't even know where I would go fish for them. I tried hitting them last year out on Green Lake. I tried hitting.
Rusty Rhymes says EU.
Hey, Rusty, what's happening? Good to see you, man. I'm kind of procrastinating too because after my subathon, I never plugged my streaming phone into charge. After we're out in the fish house, I'm kind of waiting for it to charge some too, so that way. Got to go out and clean off some snow. Right now I think I can just get it with the leaf blower.
Vernick asks, have you ever fished nest in the winter?
Yes. In the last few years, it has been absolutely
Rusty
shit.
Rhymes asks, not much man, how you been holding up?
Good. Doing really good. Did a 63-day subathon, which ended last Thursday night. So I took a few days off. And I don't know what it is, but every time our first heavy snowfall of the year, I tend to sleep in. I don't know why. Maybe it's my polar bear
OG asks,
instincts.
what do bass usually do in the winter? Go deep? Stay shallow?
They're all over. They migrate like other fish, but they seem to go a lot more dormant. They're not as adamant to hit. Um, they have the same migration
Rusty
pattern.
Rhyme says 63 days. I can't even imagine.
Yeah, they you'll see them. The issue is getting them to want to bite, because it's almost like they go into like this hibernation state. My best success in hitting them, actually, believe it or not, is actually running a wacky worm under the ice. Has been my number one success in hitting largemouth. But trying to find them, because they move a lot more. You know what I mean? It's not like in the summertime where they find some place to hide out and that's what they do. Because
Squirter TTV says, what's up, Ron?
what's happening? So they migrate a lot more, but their feeding pattern is more of a hibernated state. And I mean, you can get them. It's not impossible to get them, but on the lakes around here, it just seems that when you get them, they're far and few between. And of course, everybody out there, we've got a lot of people that are just, they want to believe their ego size in catching fish is ridiculous. And some of these people, when I watch them, it's like they show the spread that they take every day off the ice, and I said, "What do you need that many fish for if you're out fishing every day like that?" Like, one of the big things out here is like everybody likes to get their uh, fish in the wintertime because the meat's better. They'll go out and fish in the summertime, but it's pretty much all catch and release. But there's a few people that have blocked me from Facebook because I called them out and I said, "Well, how many fish do you fucking need? Because you're out here all the time and you've got limits. And you only got this many people in your
OG
house."
says I say the same thing every time I see someone post it on Facebook.
I do a lot of catch and release unless I got a hankering for fish. I'll usually put a limit of each in the freezer. And that's it. If I've got a limit in the freezer, I don't go much above and beyond that. There's a couple of people now this winter that I'll fish for because they don't fish. They can't get out on the ice. But they like fish. So I'll catch, like my father-in-law. He's 80 plus years old. He cannot get out on the lake. It's very dangerous for him to walk out on the lake and go fishing. So I'll catch him a limit of crappies. You know, and that's his jam. I bring him a limit of crappies every once in a while, and the thing is when I do that, I'm not putting an extra limit in my freezer. You know what I mean? I'm literally staying within the confines of the law. I give up my fish to give to him, and I won't keep any more until he has that. And last year, because I got into him so late, I like eating crappies on the ice. It's one of my favorite fish to eat on the ice. Yellow perch is by far my favorite, and my son and I did a few catch and cooks with them, and then I'd probably have to say panfish are typically my favorite all the way around, but yellow perch is my absolute favorite, and then um, I'd probably say be the walleye. Get into the walleyes. I I like cold water catfish, but I guess I don't pursue them enough to since my grandparents don't have their farm anymore. I don't really pursue them a whole lot because I don't know. I am gonna go do some river fishing with Soggy. See what we get into. See what kind of trouble we get into down there in the river, and then I do believe the plan is to do some serious sturgeon fishing this year. Go down and see if we can't rack a sturgeon through the ice. Big sturgeon. And next year, travel will be a hell of a lot more because we'll have the axle and everything underneath the redneck ice castle. So I'll be more apt to go travel from place to place and go spend a couple of weeks fishing different spots. I think we're gonna try it. I'm gonna plug all this stuff because I think this is one of my biggest deterrents. I'm waiting for my new speakers to come in. I have to dig out the chesticle too. My phone is really hard to maneuver on the backpack. I've learned this because it's so wide. Because I got to have it in a landscape view, so it makes it a little tougher to walk around that way. I've noticed even the lube tubers, they'll use their phones to as an extra camera to catch stuff. They'll use their phones to do things, but their personal view is done like a GoPro. So they'll have like a big, nice camera. They'll have like a phone to catch like far out views. Like they'll have a far out view when you see them do that. They'll usually do that off a phone. And then the right on them view is always done with a GoPro, unless they're hanging on to their phone by hand. I'm one of the few dummies that straps my phone to me. What do we want to do today? That's right. I was going to call these guys again. I'm going to end up leaving a lot of groups on Facebook. Like I get in there, I'm in a lot of these groups just in case I need to buy something or find something. But now they're doing these community chat things. So like if they've got 1,000 members, all of a sudden you got 1,000 people sending stuff into this chat. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Well, I can go pick up the raw today if I wanted to. I could go pick up the raw, but then I'd have to make 2 trips again. So I'm just going to wait for the bacon and the ham to be cured, and then I'll go pick it up. I got to drive about 40 minutes to go pick it up each way. And normally I make both trips, but we're not. I mean, we're getting.
Rusty Rhymes says Baccoon.
Yeah. Bacon. Bacon. Gotta have the bacon. All right. Go up to the garage. Put a dip in. Move some snow. Move the wife's car for the time being. Load some stuff in the trailer. Bring it out to the Ponderosa. Now that I've milked it out all morning here in the house, but isn't it weird how wherever you're sitting seems to make the difference in your viewing audience? Like if I'm out camping, I can sit out camping as long as I'm outside. I have 40, 50, 60, 70, 100 people watching. But you sit here in the house, not so much. Sitting in the fish house, same thing. My highest viewing number, I had 712 people watching my stream. And all I was doing was sitting in a little box on the ice. I wasn't even catching fish. Matter of fact, we didn't catch shit all but a couple of little dinky sunfish the entire day. Nothing. But I had 712 people watching me just sit there in a box. Maybe that's why my viewing numbers went down last year ice fishing. Because I wasn't in a small box, I was in a big box. Maybe I need a small box.
OG says, but you were fishing. Rusty Rhymes says IRL hiking versus IRL walking in city, so notice a difference. Saz27 says I blame Heartland lol. OG says big difference from sitting in a lazy boy.
What, you think I ain't gonna have a lazy boy in a redneck ice castle when it's done? You got life messed up. That's already in the works. The only reason this chair is still in the house is because we don't have the walls done in there. Right now, my little door, this won't fit in there, but this is going in the redneck ice castle. Ottoman and all. Yeah. I almost put it in the van this year. Just so I had a place to sit in there. Comfortable place to sit. I mean, if that's the case, all people want to do is see how small of a thing I can camp in. Tell the redneck ice castle and get a otter lodge. I camp in an otter lodge all year.
Rusty Rhymes says get the 5-gallon drum.
Mm-hmm. I think my whole thing is I want to show people that they can do
55.
this stuff. It's I guess I don't know. I don't know how to just go out and I don't have a big enough yard to just go out and do random ass content. You know. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But now I'm gonna go move a little bit of snow and get the rest of the stuff out to storage. That's what I'm gonna do. Mr. Snacks. He'll be in the glacier this year. I don't know how much time I'm actually going to spend in the glacier this year, if any. Maybe go visit, but the struggles of streaming. See, the thing is like the little battery pack that I have for the Jetson won't run the phone while streaming, and we know this because we tried it on OG's this summer, and he's got a Renogy battery bank, and we tried running it off of there, and it doesn't put out enough wattage to do that. But I have a 45 watt charger on the laser box, and that runs it. Where did that just go now? Did you just fall? See, and this is the part I'm going to hate, is because every time I disconnect or connect a charger, I have to reconnect the speaker, and usually it flips my landscape view.
USB-C will do the trick. Soggy says got all my cords now, I just need the camera and computer.
Nice. That's what we had. That's what I run. That's how I run for these phones. Is USB-C to USB-C. That's what we had connected. I don't know. I can grab my other battery bank and try.
You have the modems and all Soggy?
Mine are supposed to be here this week. So everything's supposed to show up on Wednesday, so we'll see. Modems are supposed to be here.
Soggy says I ordered the modems, not here yet.
Modems are supposed to be here Wednesday. The case, my new speakers. Yeah. The only thing I don't have is my data pack yet. And that's because I want to make sure I got the modems here and we got everything test fired first. They've got 2 JBL clip speakers that are showing up. And then I'll have...
We got about an inch or inch and a half of snow.
It was still snowing when I went outside. It's lightened up quite a bit. It's still just flurries coming in now. A lot of the stuff on the road's already melting off.
I like the JBL clip speaker.
Yeah.
Boss Lady says hello OG and Soggy.
That's, I'm getting 3 of those.
Soggy says hey at Boss Lady Trucker Chad's wife.
There's my watch charger I've been looking for all weekend. It wrapped around my backpack, which I set out of the way. So now I can actually charge my watch again. It's just how that works. Then I'll work on the basement off stream. I'm going to get that all set up for my charging stations and get everything done for the I have everything in the Redneck Ice Castle also. But that one has a speaker in there, so we really won't need the clip speakers in there for that.
Big Daddy yelled, Boss Lady fucking Chad's wife. Just cheered 20 bits.
Thank you, Boss Lady. Now, howdy. Oh, it's starting to get wet and sticky. I don't know if the leaf blower is going to move it. I don't know if the leaf blower, as you can see, I got most of it cleaned out of here. The rest of this has just got to be organized in here. Let's see if my gloves are still in the van before we get too rammy around here. Well, I don't know where my gloves are at right at the moment. I'm going to see if the leaf blower will move the stuff. I gotta slide this down though. This has got to come way down here so it's out of my way. And then we just pop this off of here like so. OG put me on these things, these quick releases, which is nice. Still need a couple more of them, but need one for the van when we get the new setup. But that way I don't have to worry about fobbling buttons, so I can leave the camera permanently connected. Everything that's in here, I just got to organize stuff. But it usually takes first snowfall for me to start putting some urgency in this shit. Well, it'd be great if things would just hold. Cameras are, the phone is way heavier compared to the GoPro. Come on. Come on. do this because I'm more so worried about my wife slipping. Not that there's a lot of snow, but if it turns to ice right away, she I don't want to have to worry about her blowing out her knee. Y'all are wondering why I'm blowing the grass or the snow off my yard is because of my dogs. It's something I have, but I started way when they were puppies because I used to cut them racetracks in the yard. And so they're used to having grass to shit on all winter long. We've learned if we keep it cleaned out, they're more acclimated to going outside. So in the wintertime, I come out here and I use a snow blower when it gets to be really heavy snow. And the more I keep it cleaned off for them, the better it is. Like this really doesn't bother them, but it seems that if I so the more I keep it cleaned off for them, the more they'll use it.
Guided Fishing says, Ron, I thought you cleaned out the garage 3 weeks ago.
I did, but we unloaded the van. I've got stuff that's going in storage in there. There isn't much here. Most of it I just got to put in its prospective place. And then I got stuff that's going to storage, which we're going to load up today and get out there. So, and then it looks like a lot more than there is. There really isn't a lot. I mean, it's just bigger stuff.
All okay.
Got all the camping stuff and the freezable stuff out of the van. A couple of things in there, but I've had the diesel heater running in there. And I haven't really put anything in the fish house I got to worry about. There's some bottles of water in there, but those can freeze. It don't hurt nothing. But once I get everything loaded into the fish house, then I got to keep that thing heated. I've been kind of holding out until we get the minor construction stuff we're doing this season on it done. So it's less shit to work around. Because then we'll just take it out of the van and install it in the fish house right away. But for the most part, all the fishing gear is out of here. Mr. Buddy Heater up there, but all my fishing gear is out of here. And all the camping gear is out of here. And that's the goal. The basement looks like a disaster right now, but that's fine. Gives me something to go through. So we're waiting for the lakes to get safe.
Did you get that rope put on Wheeler?
Nope, that's what we're getting the garage cleaned out for, because my wife's going to park in here this winter. That way she doesn't have to scrape it. See, here's the thing. This is funny how this works out. Now listen to this. So the deal was, as long as I made sure her cars had remote start, which every car she's had, with the exception of the Fusion, every car she's had since then for wintertime has had remote start. But now all of a sudden this year she wants to park in my garage. Because as long as I had remote start, she didn't need to park in my garage. But now she wants to park in my garage. Anybody see a problem here? I see a problem here. I think I got flamboozled. It took her a few years, but I think she flamboozled me.
You are making this a big deal. I only want to park in the garage during storms.
Guided Fishing says it is not your garage, it is ours.
No, the garage is mine. We say it is mine because if it is ours, then I have to get rid of it.
I never asked to park in the garage when it's raining. Only when it's raining.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. It's not a big deal. I mean, it needed to get cleaned up anyways, and and last year it was just packed full of, because I took all the stuff out of the boat and had all the summer fishing gear in here and had a table set up. And normally in the springtime I go through and I clean it up, and then I'd clean it up once in the fall. But eventually I want to take this bench out here and move it over here. Well, we're going to get rid of that one completely and build a new one over here. So I got rid of the cabinets, and then that cabinet up there and that cabinet there are going to go away too. I learned if I quit making storage spaces, I'm more apt to get rid of shit. So I've been doing pretty good at that, because everything that was in those cabinets went in the garbage. Most of this stuff I can't throw away, but because it's trailer hitches and lawn and leaf bags. And
Fish House Nate says UKNW, what year is it first? And hers is first stuff, LOL.
oh no, see, we had this argument. We had, I mean, everything is hers. I got a saying from Dash Life, it all looked good on the auction. I mean, she'll be able to sell it all. But just don't sell it for what I told her I paid for it. All right. So now I got to find my gloves. Well, first I'm going to close this down, and then we'll organize what's in here. Get you guys set up on the tripod. And then start organizing this stuff, clean it out, get whatever I got's going into storage by the garage door. See, these are those little quick mount things. So now I can just pop you guys right off the backpack. Oh shit. Except don't do that. God damn it. Whoo. That would have been bad. That would have been a phone breaker. Now I'm trying to be too cautious. It's because everything's wet. Phone's wet. Everything's wet from blowing snow. That was almost bad. That was almost really bad. Skills, though. Get you some. Skills. Get you some. See, backpack is soaked. But it was a good test for it. Very good test for it. All right. Hey, how much snow y'all got up there at the old lake?
Kitchen asks, has Barrican been helping you get set up this past weekend?
We're waiting on parts still. I ordered parts last week. They won't be here until this Wednesday. I got one more big investment I got to make, and that's my data pack. But once the rest of the parts show up this week, we should be able to do some test fires running off my Wi-Fi, so I'll be able to use it here in the garage. The data pack that I want to shove into this thing first is going to run me probably about $450. I don't have that right now.
Buddy, stop. BRB. OG asks, what's this data pack you keep speaking of?
I'm working on something. I don't want to put it out there until I know it works. I don't want to tell people I found the... One of the biggest things I hate in social media that I found is every time somebody finds something new...
Somebody says, yeah.
Every time I find something new when it comes to data packs or data stuff, I want to make sure that it works before I tell everybody, oh, go check this out. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that guy. You know, just like what I'm putting together down in the basement, even though a lot of it is the same as the Bello box, there's some different stuff that I'm incorporating into it to make it work better. There's some other stuff that I'm working, that we're working on to make it even better. So
OG says every time someone finds something new, they don't share it. Yeah, I hate that too.
And then all of a sudden, well, let me put it this way. Like when the raspberries came out.
Somebody says, whoa.
Everybody was talking about how great the raspberry was, and how you can make them in your garage. So what do? I run right out here in the garage. I go to, because Radio Shack was still open at times when I first started streaming. I go buy all the components to make a raspberry, and I'm like, oh, well, this actually really sucks. Because you have to run hotspots on it. And hotspots run out of data very fast. And they're really expensive. It was great. And then it wasn't. That's why I don't jump on everything. Just like, been debating live view for years. Well, then I found out when I was originally researched live view, it would have worked great for my setup. Would have worked phenomenal had I been on an RTMP server. But I'm not. And now they're saying the LiveView Pro houses the SRT, but now what I'm finding out from people is that it doesn't bond all three signals together. They're having a problem getting to bond all three signals. They're only bonding the best two out of the three, which is still better than what I'm doing now, but I'm not willing to spend that kind of money. I'm spending more than the average person would on a Bella system, but that's because the things that I'm going to incorporate into this, I want to make sure that I don't have any excuses as to why it is or isn't working right. If that makes sense. So what I'm going to do now is with the data pack is I've got a few different things that I'm going to test out. And if they work and I get some time out of them and they seem to work consistently, over the span of a few months, then I'll tell the other people that are running it, this is how you do it and this is what you do. Because what I've noticed is a lot of people just shove SIM cards in these things. Well, the thing is that works great, but they don't read all the ramifications of their SIM cards. So then it ends up costing you more money a month than the LiveView data pack would cost. My goal is to make this reasonable for the average streamer. And I want to build a durable setup that is going to last. I want to build something that is a one-wire plug-in system. So when they plug into
OG says, you know my motto, KISS.
Yeah. So I'm really good with the mechanical stuff as far as, wires and things like that. So I want to make sure that everything is a one wire plug in for power. Um, I'm going to try and do this without the battery mod. All my research for the battery mod, I mean, yeah, it keeps the the Jetson itself running, but that's about its only use. So, and I'm actually looking at building my own custom battery banks for these things. Once I figure out exact draw, how long they run, things like that. I've talked to other couple other guys that build their own batteries, and it's very feasible that I can build a 24-hour battery for this. So all you got to do is plug your pack in.
That is 100% its only use.
Yeah. So I want I want to build a battery bank that you can run this thing a minimum of 12 hours uh, on one battery bank. If my research is right and correct, I can potentially build a battery bank system that will run this for 24 hours, which would be more than enough for everybody who's running this. I mean, if you get stuck in a situation or something happens or you lose power, you'll still be able to stream, and you can have other battery banks for backups. But my goal is to make something that is IRL compatible, that is outdoor streaming compatible. I want to do something that is, for the most part, weatherproof. And that's why this is taking time. I could build the same system that everybody else has, and it works.
BudgieBird5 says IRL streaming is the hardest game on Twitch.
Yes, it is. It is, and the thing is guys like me who have a home, who have a wife, who have a home life. It makes it even harder for me to be a full time content creator because I don't have an area where I can just go out and fuck around and do dumb shit. I don't have that. I mean, I do kind of, but I don't. Um, and I don't have a lot of equipment to just mess off. I account for every dollar I spend here to do what I do. And right now, I'm trying to win the Signal game because that was my biggest downfall last summer was Signal.
OG asks so. You are trying to set up a system that you are going to try to market and then sell to IRL streamers?
Hopefully. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, that's always the perspective. But if not, it'll be to, you know, improve streaming across Twitch, as far as and Twitch and LubeTube
Sulky
and
says me too beat the Signal game.
that's
OG says sweet. I'll take 10% LMAO.
for what? 10% for what? You got to put in work to get 10%. Now, see, if you would have built me one and then I got to modify it, I'd have probably paid you. But the thing is
American the info needed for this to be developed.
oh. Oh, there's the youngin. Yes, sir. What's shaking? Well, how'd that feel? Warm and squishy? Yeah.
Sulky says that's between you and Barrican, then LMAO. PDX Ducks 503 says 5% in royalties.
Oh, yeah, contact with law enforcement. I had that happen too. Well, at least you got it taken care of. They have a shit ton of problems with their phone systems. You're just, just keep. Well, I'll call her and let her know that too. Oh, I'm gonna get going here. Love you, bye. My son's name came up on a witness statement for a DWI and somehow was misconstrued through his place of employment that it was him that got the DWI. That boy was freaking out. Yeah, I don't know. I got a lot of extra components for this deal that I don't think I'm going to be using. A lot of extra cables that I'm probably not going to be using. Yeah. I'm more into a solid mount system. So we'll see. Stay tuned. It's going to get better. And if it works the way I'm thinking, it's going to be really, really cool. One thing I know about IRL streaming, one thing I know about all this stuff, the more cables involved, the more likely things get damaged. Take it from me, I go through a lot of cable streaming. A lot. Streaming from my phone. If I get a bad batch of cables, I can eat a charging cord. I can eat one a week, sometimes 2, 3. If I'm out on a lake shore or riverbank or whatever. Hell, the one weekend we were in South Dakota, I went through 3 of them, down to my last one. Or no, that was St. Peter. So, all right. This has got to stay out. This, I think, is going to go. I don't want to put it in the shed. I think I can stand that up over there. Leave that out. That's going to go back in the van once I pull the fridge back out. I'm just going to bolt it down for now, in case we do need it for a backup vehicle. The van's going into storage for the most part. The expedition doesn't go on until the end of this month to get fixed. And hopefully my ice fishing truck is done within the next week or two. I got an old 84 Ford F-150 extended cab with a 300 inline 6 and a 4-speed. It's going to be my ice fishing rig. So, Old Faithful. I don't want to drive around the country. The body's shot on it, but for ice fishing, she'll work good. I think I'm going to get a diesel heater for it just to keep the interior warmed up in it. Throw a topper on it. Got a topper sitting out at the Ponderosa that we're going to throw on it.
I'm just playing. Oh, by the way, I bought the prints for the housing.
Yeah, I want to see them. You may modify it. My goal is, OG, if I can figure out how to compact this all down enough, instead of having to have the backpack to mount it on, you may not need it. May not need it. I've been watching the computer nerds work with them for their robots and stuff. That's what I did all weekend, is watch different ways that people are using these Jetsons. Like, they got them strapped to RC planes, cars, boats. There's all sorts of shit out there, what they're doing with them. One guy even figured out how to eliminate certain things off of it to make it smaller. I'm not going that far. But you can pretty much program them to do whatever you want. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, they had little RC cars that they could control from their computer. They didn't have to have an RC remote. They can literally just control it from their computer. The one kid, he's got it set up so the program that he's got in it'll follow him around. It's like the same technology that the drones using the remotes to stay over them. But he's got it set up so it'll follow him around the house. It's got a little robot dude on top of it that just follows him around the house. It's pretty cool. Who knows? Main thing right now will be getting once the rest of the stuff gets here, to be getting fired up. Run some test streams through it, calibrate things, and then go from there. I also found out that somebody borrowed a receiver hitch from me and never brought it back. So now I'm going to have to find it. I have one, but I had one specifically for the four-wheeler and the Redneck Ice Castle that I bought last year. And I think somebody borrowed it, and I don't know. My guess is probably Fatty has it, but that's all right. I know where it's at. I'll have to ask him when I see him. I've got a 6-inch drop hitch that I put in the four-wheeler upside down for the Redneck Ice Castle. Because then when the suspension drops and that sits, the Redneck Ice Castle sits perfectly level on the back of the four-wheeler. All right. Yeah, I think that can stand up right there. think I can get her to sit right on top of there, and that'll work out minty because that means it's not sitting on the ground. Perfect. Minty, minty, minty. What I really want to figure out, what I want to do, I wish there was a way to run it wirelessly. Get like a good outdoor wireless camera. So when you're set up on a tripod, you can actually, like the gimbals, you can set it up so that way when you're moving around, it'll just follow you. The problem with gimbals, when you start running the GoPro on them with all the cables that you need, the power cable and all that stuff.
It's all good. 1212 says, do you ever get bored with life?
No. I got too much dumb shit in my head to get bored. I always have dumbass ideas. So no. Got too many trucks to mess with. 110 fishing lakes in a 20-mile radius of me. Pretty hard to get bored. And if I don't want to do them, I got an Xbox with Call of Duty on it. And I got lots of friends on Twitch I can go troll. Even OG when he streams like once every 4 months. Oh. Did you check it? OG, did you check with that company you found that does the metal cases?
Soggy says, lol.
Yeah, Soggy. I troll him all the time.
OG yells, shut your damn mouth.
No. Negative, Ghost Rider. I'm not doing.
LMAO. Yeah. $3,600.
Yeah, how about no? My only issue with the 3D printing is, like, when you and I are out there, you know, and we were in the shade, and it was 109 degrees. You know what I mean?
Soggy says, no way.
That would be my concern. 3D printing doesn't have a very good heat rating. A fan fails, something like that. I ordered a case. I ordered.
Short Booty 69 says, hey Ron.
Hey, Short Booty. I ordered a case, but it's just kind of as a basis so I can see how everything mounts. I may just have to fabricate something in-house. Maybe look at the plans that you got so the people who want to run the battery mod can. I'm not running a battery mod.
It does if you used heat-resistant material.
I don't know. I hadn't seen that yet. Yeah, I haven't seen the heat-resistant material.
5 says, I just followed it outdoors with OG. Didn't know he streamed.
Ooh, burn. Burn. Burn, burn, burn.
OG says, which is what I am looking at right now on a website.
My thing is even with the backpack, if I would like to figure out.
At Budgiebird 5, I just banned you. R.I.P.
No, you didn't. You need the follower.
5 says hello. It's Short Booty 69.
He didn't ban you. He needs the followers. He didn't ban you. Don't let him lie to you like that, Budgiebird.
Short Booty 69 says at Budgiebird 5, gotta have someone to watch when not moding.
Oh, well, look at this. This is one of them pieces of wood that I just don't throw away because someday I'm going to use this for something. And now that I'm in here, instead of having to I have a bunch of lumber sitting up there. You guys like to see my attic? Let me
Budgiebird 5, hello. Sweetie, how are you?
let me show you the vault. And why we haven't been.
Says, look at that link, Ron.
Link.
Budgiebird 5 says, good thanks at Short Boutique 69.
Just send it to me via DM. Oh, I got it. Come on, load.
OG says Dick Sword.
Did you just call it Dick Sword? I got my chat phone. I'm trying to look at the link, but it won't load. Did you just call it Dick Sword? It sounded like it said Dick Sword.
Short Boutique 69 says, well, how was your time with the family, Ron? Did you enjoy it?
The wife was gone all weekend, so it was me and the dogs.
Says it takes a second. Yes, I did. Short Boutique 69 says that's what he said. You heard, right, Law?
It looks cool, but it just looks really big. Like tall. I mean, it's good because it's suspended, so it gets good airflow all the way around it. That's a good thing. Now, do these guys build it, or it's just the design?
OG says that is B3CK site.
Oh.
That is one he printed.
I mean, it's got good airflow around it.
Short Boutique 69 says, Ron, I was just curious. Have you seen Paul with no facial hair since you call him ugly mother trucker?
If I did, it would have been in his Las Vegas days. I don't think I've seen him without facial hair in the truck.
Oh, that baby face.
I don't know. It looks like a good design, but I think I could just stack two metal cases, one on top of the other, and do the same thing. But I'm a fabricator. I like metal. That's me. So, for the first time in a long time, I'm able to go up in the vault. Not been up here in a long time.
And boss lady trucker Chad's wife, hello.
So, I can take that.
Boss lady says at Short Boutique 69, hello.
Bring you guys up in the vault. Do. What the hell are those rims and tires off of? I forgot I even had those. So, I tell people I got parts. There's a nitrous kit shoved back there and an engine shoved back there. But what are these off of? I don't know what the hell these are off of. I thought these were even up there. Oh, they're brand new Kia wheels.
Dark up, so everyone keep your hands to yourself.
I got brand new Kia wheels and tires up here. I bought them for the Kia, and then we got in an accident with it. Hit a deer. Lumber. Way back in that corner where you guys can't see.
He says the entire print with heat-resistant material in red is $94. Boss lady says LMAO.
Well, there's some 1x material there that we can cut down. Little pair of sawhorses right there. I guess I did kind of scab out of this quite a bit more than I thought. There's an old window there, chunk of plywood. I don't think I got enough up here for whole sleeves though, but this 1x material, I can use that. Thought I had more of this up here.
Short Boutique 69 says that boss lady trucker Chad's wife, I had to say it.
I'm gonna have to sell these here tires.
OG says might as well grab the Christmas decorations while you are up there.
The only thing we got left up there is them two candlesticks, and they were grandparents. I don't have any outlets on the front of the house. Two old white gas stoves. All the trapping equipment's right there. When we're trapping. Croquet set.
Boss lady says at Short Boutique 69 right.
Oh, look there. There's an old air box off one of my 7.3s. Back in that corner back there. See, one of the biggest things that I did in taking some of this stuff out of here was because I've got a very, it's not really expensive, but it's a highly sought after engine block and heads back there. Not even so much the heads. Well, the heads and the crank people use to turn their 350s into 383 strokers. Chrysler Pacifica parts. More Pacifica parts. Headers for a 351M. What is this? Oh, old model car. Alright. Oh, I think I'm just going to load all of this wood up. Once I get the garage organized, I'm just going to throw it all in Redneck Ice Castle and bring it over to Jason. And see whatever we can use. Because he's got table saws and all sorts of shit. So if we got to cut stuff down. I have a hard time throwing scraps of wood away because it seems like I always find use for them. But apparently I've been up here because this used to be up here. Oh, I remember when I did the Redneck Ice Castle 2.0, I took a bunch out of here. And then when we originally did the Redneck Ice Castle itself, took a bunch out of here. So we'll get this done. Try not to do too much at one time. So take this.
Buncybird 5 says always fun to take inventory. I love going into the shed.
Well, behind them tires is a nitrous oxide kit that was supposed to go on the mud truck, and I never put it on there. There's a nitrous oxide kit up there. There's the one engine's up there, and then there used to be 3 engines up there. Should have done some trapping this year is what I should have done. Could have brought you guys out running a trap line. Didn't even think about that. Should have run a trap line this year. Got a place I can run them. Just so y'all know, my body has an innate fear of ladders, even this. This is well built. My wife's grandfather built this. This thing was built sturdy. We've had 3 people standing on this. The issue is I got knocked off a ladder at 2.5 stories up. So even walking up this thing gets me knock-kneed. So when I go to load the wood in the Redneck Ice Castle, I'll probably have my neighbor come over and stand up there and hand the wood down, and I'll throw it in the ice castle. I did that last year too. All the extra materials I had, I brought over. I love this wireless mic thing. But I did that last year too. 2.5. 2.5 stories I was up. I was popping wooden siding off a house.
He yells, "Boss Lady Trucker Chad's wife, just cheer 80 bits." T69 says, "Wow."
Well, the guy that I work for is really, really, really good on an excavator. And he was extremely good. Like, I trusted him with my life every single day. And he was really, really good. And what we do is we take the excavator, we pop the roof trusses off the house when we go to transport them, or if we're tearing them all the way down. But I had to take the siding off the top down past the roof trusses because we were going to move this house. And if we took the roof truss, how'd it work? It was something like our house where if we took the roof trusses off, we wouldn't have to pay to move any power cables. Legit deal, right? And it wasn't that the excavator actually hit. What had happened was he was running the excavator across the yard, and he was far enough away from the ladder, it churned up a rock. And that rock was in the track, and it pushed the ladder over, and down I went. Messed up my arm, everything. Line of work I was out of work, and I worked for cash. And then in the meantime, I didn't have a place to live. But I had a van. So I was staying in my van, And I was kind of camping out in parking lots or wherever I could find to sleep, and he found out about it. One of my coworkers told him, he was asking how I was doing. And they said, well, he lost his place to live, and nobody will renew his lease because I didn't have a legit job. So he came out and found me, um, brought me to a hotel in Buffalo, Minnesota, put the room on his card, and told the innkeeper that, you know, however long it takes. And then he found out that, you know, he asked me, well, what other bills has this occurred? I said, well, I got a pretty healthy medical bill because I had fractured my arm. I had fractures all the way up my arm when I fell off the ladder. Uh, Nothing broken, just fractured, but they didn't want me moving it because there was multiple fractures all the way up and down my arm. There was no clean breaks, and they wanted to stay. They immobilized my arm so that way until it all healed up. And he went right into the billing at the hospital, paid all the bills off, and then gave me a couple $100 for groceries, groceries and gas. I said, I'll come back to work and pay it off. He said, no, you won't. He said, you got injured on my job site. And he said, it wasn't any stupidity of your own. He says, you're not going to, no.
That sucks, but nice guy for doing that.
He took care of everything, even found me another place to live, found me an apartment, talked to a friend of his. I was in the hotel for about 2 weeks, and a friend of his owned an apartment building in Buffalo, Minnesota. And they moved me in, which is where I met, eventually would meet my son's mother, and because she was babysitting for somebody at the time. And then we moved out and got a place of our own. I had a pretty innate fear of ladders after that. Every time I climb up ladders, I get knock-kneed, and that's not safe. It's not safe at all. And I've never been able to get over that. That happened when I was 18 years old.
Wow, aren't many people like that.
No, and I told him. I walked up and I told him, and I told him exactly what it was, and it kind of. We were trying to find other stuff for me to do, like he had me driving a dump truck, but we didn't have much use for one. Had me doing as much as he could, cleaning up around his place, and finally it just said, and I just manned up and I said, I know you're just trying to find work for me because you feel bad for me, but I said, I'm capable of working. I can't do ladders. And I was doing part-time roofing at the time too, and I couldn't do it anymore.
OG asks Ron, did you hear about this Korean BS happening with Twitch?
Which one? Where they're deleting the VODs and all that stuff like that? A lot of the Asian countries are pushing people towards live streaming on TikTok. Matter of fact, TikTok has the same pay schedule as Twitch does. So does YouTube. You make $50 or more.
Short Booty 69 says ouch. OG says yeah, they will not be able to see VODs, clips, or highlights.
Yep. But they have no problems accessing TikTok or LoopTube. I think it's funny because you can simulcast on TikTok, on Twitch now, because Twitch doesn't believe that TikTok is.
Short Booty 69 says cause they want to go somewhere else.
Twitch somehow or another does not believe that TikTok is competition for them. Like, oh well, you can do Instagram too. Well, that's great, but you can't do Facebook. And if I remember correctly, Facebook owns Instagram. Figure that out.
Fearful65 says, better watch out, my dad will be heading home soon. Baby Shark is coming your way.
I got the doors blocked. Left a car in the driveway. I won't hear it.
ShortBoutique69 says, but you gotta have 1,000 people to go live on TikTok.
It's not hard to do. Hell, I did that my first ditch in. That was me singing a stupid ass song about a car. Or no, my first video was me learning how to use it. I didn't even tell anybody I was on there. TikTok is not hard to get followers on.
Budgiebird5 says everything is censored, no matter where you go.
It is. But the thing is it's not censorship now. It is a matter of a lot of.
T69 says seems kinda high to me. I don't just add anyone either, lol.
No. That's how you get to streaming there. You add everybody. But the whole thing is it's not so much censorship. The censorship isn't the issue. It's the promotion for you to grow. This is the only platform in social media where they don't promote you. This is the only platform where IRL people get almost no exposure. The last time they did.
On Twitch, I know lots of people cause of penguin law.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. If you look at our community in a whole, those of us that all socialize with each other compared to, and I made the comment to Twitch, not that they give a shit what I say because I'm not big enough. I said, if you guys spent half the money and resources promoting the IRL community here on Twitch that you do video gamers, you'd probably see the stats. YouTube released the stats for IRL, and it's actually some of their number one watch content. Hell, look at Vice Grip Garage in a matter of 5 years, 6 years. He went from doing YouTube streams or occasional YouTube videos to full-time YouTube videos to now having a TV show on Motor Trend TV. Look at some of the guys. There's a whole bunch of guys now that are full-time fishing on TikTok. That's all they do now because of sponsorships, ad revenue. Everything that you start out with TikTok and YouTube is 70-30 split. And YouTube, you have 3 ways to monetize on YouTube.
Paul says same thing.
And then you have two separate ways to monetize on TikTok. Or no, you have 3.
Says I only know of Twitch because I watched a streamer who came here from another platform.
That's how I started. I came here from Facebook because people were being shadow banned from my channel. Their follows were being turned off. And I couldn't see everybody's comments because Twitch or Facebook went to most relevant comments. They were using their algorithm to block comments to where I couldn't read them. So even though I had it in my settings, all comments.
ShortBoutique69 says same here, Relic bought me over. Samey202 says hello, Ron. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing? That was the reason we moved here to Twitch. And the biggest thing on Twitch when I came here in 2019, Twitch had this policy, and I literally watched it in Amsterdam and then went to TwitchCon 2019 and heard it out of their mouths. And this was their saying. They're monitoring for illegal activity. You know what I mean? illegal activity. But as far as content creation went, if you didn't like what you seen on their channel, don't watch it. If you don't like the people coming into your channel, we give you an unlimited amount of moderators. Ban them from your channel. That was it. And then January 2020, everything changed. Everything changed. And now it's changing even more. Their monetization stuff is getting harder. This ad revenue shit that they're doing.
Short Boutique 69 says yeah.
They're lying to people about as far as the cut on ad revenue. What they're getting paid as opposed to what they're paying out, because affiliates are supposed to make 55%. That's not true. They're not making that. And somebody made the comment, they sent me a message and they said, you know, you really shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you. And I said, well, hold on. Twitch doesn't feed me. My family feeds me. My community.
Hell no.
My family feeds me. I say this stuff's in hope that they will change, that they will figure out what they're doing wrong and make it again one of the greatest platforms in all social media. Because when I came here, I thought this was the greatest thing.
65 says facts. Budgiebird 5 says Twitch had better moderation back then, and that is why the streamer I watched came here.
Way better.
Samey 202 says, how much snow did you get up there? We got 2.6 inches. Short Boutique 69 says most people, what they make goes right back into Twitch.
And then some. I can tell you, up until I went full aim and now full-time streaming, every extra dollar I got and then some goes into my stream. Just facts. Everybody looks at it and they'll be like, oh my God, look at this. Somebody donated 10,000 bits. Yeah. Guess where it went? Right back into making a better stream.
True, exactly.
It's just what we do. And who knows, maybe one day I'll get that Arab prince or oil tycoon or whatever that comes in here and just says, here, Ron, here's 10 grand a month. I want to see what kind of content you can do. Game on, motherfucker. Four-wheelers and all sorts of shit. Let's see what we can go fuck up today. But that's not the case. That's not the case. Because every PayPal donation, shove into the van, went camping, doing content.
And from watching a few, they put way more into streaming than they make just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I can tell you that.
Samey 202 says Facebook just asked me to become a professional account cause of the followers I have.
Yeah. That means they want you to validate your account. You should. Because that means even if you catch a terms of service violation over there, outside of anything illegal, your page will stay up. You won't be able to comment on it. Your moderators will. Your admins and whatever will be able to make posts on your behalf. You just won't be able to go on there yourself for 30 days or whatever it is they do. The most I've ever caught there is 30 days. So believe you me, I probably lead the race in Facebook bans. But they don't do like here. They don't take all your content down. They don't, you know what I mean? Where Twitch has the advantage is this is the most interactive stream there is. This is probably the most interactive for the audience.
Guided Fishin' asks Samey, what is your page and what do you do?
So
Samey202 says, lol, I will have to look more into that.
Yeah, it's legit. I've got a political commentary page called Redneck Invasion, and trust me, that page gets banned quite a bit. People see me, they're like, well, you haven't made a video in 2 months. Well, it's because I currently have a Facebook ban for a video I made 10 years ago.
Short Boutique 69 says, lurk, driving to work.
10-4. Yeah, currently have a Facebook ban going on. But that's the thing, they don't take your content down. Like here, you catch ban and they take all your shit down. Even if it's an illegit, they don't even investigate it until after they banned you. Then you have to go through the appeals process.
Says at Guided Fishing, I run my business through it and share some goofy stuff.
Yeah.
Bird 5 says, I love Twitch when I came here for that reason. The interaction between streamer and viewer.
Yep. Probably the best platform for it. And honestly, put some heat in here. One of the big things that was the draw for me was, like the bid alerts. Streamers who had really good bid alerts, they used to get a lot of bits from me. I thought it was fun. I made very good money at the time of COVID when people were hurting. Like there were streamers who were getting laid off and being cut down to part-time. I was working double the hours. So I just contribute. It didn't bother me.
Samey202 says at Guided Fishing, I also share my experiences with homeschooling and how people can get connected if they want to homeschool their kids.
Parking your generation, your mother was a huckster, and your father smelt of elderberry.
Thanks, Ducks. Oh, you know what? I should have brought the second microphone out because you guys probably can't hear them that well. I apologize. Did I bring it out? I don't think I did. Unless it's here in the bag. Nope, I didn't put it back in the bag either. Damn. Fuck that up. I'm used to being on the phone, so that way you guys hear everything, but the wireless mics do a lot of noise canceling. So I have to remember I have to set the second microphone on the speaker.
Ducks 503 says, yay, get your act together. Rookie, lol.
Noob, 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 noob. You don't need a transmission jack. You just make your own shit. Buy a little 5-younder.
OG says it's nice to be able to turn you up so I can hear your voice without getting my eardrums blown out from your alerts.
Oh, Well,
Sammy 202 says best way to do it, make it yourself. Budgiebird 5 asks, right?
can you guys still hear the sound alerts to the microphone?
Wifey says agreed.
OG says yes.
All right. We'll just go with it. We got to stain the deck next year. It looks like it's going to be red stained. Because that's what I have. What is this?
Budgiebird 5 says much love at Lolly Invasion.
What?
Boss Lady says, hey Lolly.
Wifey says hello everyone.
Well, smell. Welp. That compressor's got to go over there. I got to dig shovels out today, too. Got to put one by the door for the wife in case I'm not here. She gets bored once in a while when she comes outside and shovels. Other than that, she just walks over it. It's my job to move it, and sometimes I don't move it right away. Sometimes she helps me out, but I don't blame her for not doing it. I just got to be adamant when it snows out to make sure I get home and clean shit off.
Suggy says, hey at Lolly Invasion.
The other thing I'm going to be ordering for the wireless mics is I'm going to be strapping battery packs to them. So that way, when they start getting low.
202 says, lol, I shoveled my whole driveway, caused the damn snowblower quit working.
I just brought mine in and got it serviced. It usually starts up right away. I got the electric start model and the easy turn model in case something were to happen. Like last year I had carpal tunnel, so getting people to come over and actually help me out, everybody wants to run it. It's got hand warmers and everything. It's pretty minty.
Budgiebird 5 says, hey at Boss Lady Trucker Chad's wife. Hello at Soggy Wonka Custom. OG says so many people do scratch-offs on TikTok. Boss Lady
Oh, yeah.
says at Budgiebird 5, hello.
There's a guy, he started out on YouTube, and he went to TikTok doing it, but he literally goes out and buys an entire box of lottery tickets and shows you the probability of making a profit. Doot 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 doot.
Soggy says, hey at Budgiebird 5.
That's going to storage. Actually, I think Mr. Snacks is going to use that one this year. Better make sure that sucker still kicks and runs before I get too rammy. Last time I had to give her a little Cosby in a can. Yeah. Yeah. That all looks good. I'm going to put this on start. Make sure that's on. Usually it takes her a yank or two, but she usually goes. Cold start. You sure you don't want to listen to this? I mean, I could sit on it ice fishing. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that's no good. It works.
More.
Problem with this one, I'd have to build a rack on the, mount this on the front of the fish house to run this. And I don't know that y'all want to pay for the fuel for this to run this every day, all day. Because it's not going to be cheap. I think when we did the math on it, according to the factory stats, it'll go through like, figure out what we figured out. But it wasn't cheap. But the thing is a power everything. AC and the whole 9 yards. We'd be doing a lot less camping with this one. But we wouldn't have power issues. And it's really, really loud. For some reason, when you're streaming, people don't like loud noises. I can't figure that out. Help me understand. How do you not like loud noises? I like big generators. You know why? Because then I never have to worry about having enough power. I always have more than enough power. I like that. But this is not one of them generators that you want to lift in and out of your fish house. Actually, this one won't even fit through the door of the redneck guy's castle. I'd have to literally mount it on the tongue of the fish house. And then change all my wiring around in there. So it comes in from the other side. I'd have to mount this on the propane rack. Or on the tongue. I think that would be minty. But you guys wouldn't think it was minty. I don't mind white noise. Probably get this topped off too before I forget. Oh my Gertie, what is he doing? Had to go get a can of 91. We had to get some 91 octane. Petrol. I already brought it in, had it serviced. She should be good. Make sure the battery's still working this. Oh no, they're dead. Time to go to the van. Batteries are dead.
5 says, howdy at SAS 27. Hope you are doing good.
I had 2 of these shit out already. Get these from Harbor Freight for $10. The good transfer pumps for like 45, 50 bucks. We don't have that kind of budget. But I didn't even get a year out of these.
SAS 27 says, I'm doing fine, thanks.
So there's a little...
says, I love how people call constant loud noise that can damage hearing white noise.
Well, can damage. Driving a car can do that. It means just more excuses. I don't have to hear the wife. It's all right. Nobody lives forever.
That reminds me, I should go get my Martin Spencer.
Where did my batteries go? Where did I put my batteries? Where did I put my batteries? Where did I put my batteries? Oh man, I got a lot of stuff in here. I gotta, please tell me they're on one of the upper ones. They may not be. Uh-oh. Oh, there's some batteries. We're good. We're okay. I found another pack of batteries. You ain't lying about that. Yeah, you're right. But if we lived in a world of complete silence, we'd never talk to anybody. Nobody'd ever communicate. People always think they want silence until they're forced into it for about 10 months out of their life. And then you appreciate noise. I was in a solitary confinement cell where you heard nothing for 10 months. I appreciate noise. I never want to experience that kind of silence again, ever. I would not wish that kind of silence upon anybody. Damn, I didn't even... Was dead already? Didn't even get a year out of none of these.
Boss lady says I can make plenty of noise for you.
No. I like noise. When things are stone cold silent, then that bothers me.
Big Daddy yells boss lady trucker Chad's wife. Just here, 256. Boss lady trucker Chad's wife. Just here, 256.
Damn.
Boss lady trucker Chad's wife.
Yeah, we definitely got us a
Thank you, boss lady.
Looks like we got us a convoy.
Oh, that's another junk one. So that's 3 of them dead in less than a year. Damn, that sucks. Now I have no transfer pumps. Now we're going to have to figure it out, boys. This thing was on the verge of freezing. Yep. Break out the funnel. See how much we can spill.
Buncybird 5 says I may be wrong. Too quiet can be just as bad as too much noise.
Well, I mean, he has a point. The thing is, though, is...
Nate says prayer for the semi-drive went for a ride halfway down the Mankato Hill.
Oh, no. Really? Prayers for that driver and their family. They're all right. Damn.
Boss Lady says, oh dang, prayers. Fish House Nate says yes. Boss Lady says, hey Nate.
See, I get these 6-gallon cans because of my bird kit. So, my bird kit is a 6-gallon capacity.
Nate says, hey boss lady.
So 1 can will fill my bird kit. All right, you ready to go there, Smokey the Bear? Turn that on. Turn that on. Put you on start. Prime you a few times. Oh, well, duh, dummy. Turn the damn idle up. Get it. Get it. Get it. You just calm down. Calm down. You're getting a little rammy. Getting a little rammy. Calm down.
Boss Lady says that Dodge Girl 2002 he is.
Hello? What's up?
Dodge Girl 2002 says lol getting rammy is the fun part.
I just got, growing pains and new shit.
Couple things stretch out.
Boss Lady yells at Dodge Girl 2002 right. Dodge Girl 2002 says it is snowing again, but the kids love it lol.
I got a whole bunch of goodies for you. I got a bunch of neat stuff for you. Yeah, I'm just gonna. You should just come over tomorrow when the youngins are at daycare and get it. Save me a trip. So, what do you think? Yeah, it should. Should all fit in there. So, well. Yeah, it should. Yeah, well, otherwise I got, I think I'm just gonna pull that one trailer back out there. I'm gonna have to get we're gonna have to take the 16 out, because I need that to pull the 4-wheeler. Like, the 16-foot trailer, we'll out back. Because then I'm gonna bring the other two out there. So, we'll probably put one on the back and Traverse, 7X volume in the brake. Okay, well, yeah, then I'll just have to pull that little one back out there, and then when I pull the other one out there, I'll bring the RF 16-footer. Well, if you got the 2-inch on, you just pull the other trailer. Either one. Hell, I can still mechanic once in a while. Son of a bitch. I don't want you to get jelly, bro. I can still mechanic. No. I got a place to put it.
I suppose I better get back to work and get the oil changed in my pickup. Just had to check this page out. Have a great day, everyone.
Oh, well, thank you for visiting. I'm sorry, I'm talking to Mr. Snacks. I appreciate you stopping by. So, yeah, if you want to swing over to Mari. Where the hell does this one go? I don't have enough wrenches. I can still figure out where they go.
Boss Lady yells at Dodge Girl 2002.
Yeah,
Please come back when you can. Have a great day.
So, yeah, I'll just see you tomorrow then. You ain't got any ground venison, do you? If you got a pound or two of it, you could spare. I could use a pound or two. I'm fixing to make something. I'd like to do it out of venison. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work, Minty. I'm gonna make some venison nachos. You had a good hunt this year. Yeah. I'm gonna come out. I'm probably gonna come out there next year and snag two with a bow. What? Why don't I just box in the bottom half of your stand? I just box in the bottom half of that. Probably come from the field behind you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just probably come out and grab two for meat next year. I'm not out trophy hunting. I'm out putting meat in the freezer, and usually about two of them get me through the year. Wife don't eat much of it. Yeah. Yeah, I think I was gonna do. I was checking into Minnesota state regulations on air rifles, and I can use them in rifle zones, but I can't use them in shotgun zones. So, yeah. Want to bet? Would you like to put money on that? How rich are you feeling? How'd you like to lose that? Lose a truck or two? Nope. I tell you what. Give me 2,000. Yeah, they got 50 calibers. They got 50 caliber air rifles. They use them for dropping moose and bear. What? Well, I can, but I can get an air rifle at the same cost. They're like 12 to 1,500 bucks for a good crossbow. And that's what one of them air rifles cost. Yeah, the dartboard one. I think everybody had the finger hut special. Yeah, I think everybody had one of them. Well, see, I qualified now. Well, I qualified back when I tore my shoulder out. I qualified for a crossbow. I just got to go in and get the paperwork filled out. I may not even have to pay for my initial tag now that I got neuropathy. Gun season. Yep. Either or. Nope, you can use either or during gun season. But if I go get if I fill out the paperwork, I have my doctor fill out the paperwork, I can hunt crossbow from archery through.
Yeah, see that'd probably be your best bet on sitting and waiting for deer because then it's not cold as fuck.
So. Nope. Just have the 4-wheeler and fucking throw it on the twheeler and drag her home. Now, do you guys do all the processing yourself or what?
Yep.
Damn. Yeah.
We got a couple of grinders and back straps and tenderloins we chop up into steaks, and the rest goes into grind the rest of it up, and they do. My parents do 50-50 pork venison mix.
Yep.
And then straight venison. And I only do this. I ask for all straight venison.
What did Chuck get a different smoker finally or no?
Shoot.
No.
Well, I gave him one that's smaller, but the whatever.
Do I got to come out there and build him a smokehouse?
I think so.
All right, we'll go talk to him. I'll come out there and we'll build him an actual smokehouse.
Yeah, we'll put it right off the fucking barn. It'll have its own little smokestack, own little fucking roof over it.
Yep.
Open it up like a fucking big freezer.
You'll be able to hang a whole beef in there by the time I'm done if you want. You can smoke a whole beef at a shot. Yeah.
Smoke the whole deer and then bring it home, put it on the table, and just start gnawing on it.
Yep. Like big old platter. So, all right. Well, I'm going to finish organizing this here garage, and then I'll see you tomorrow when you get here, and we'll load all that shit up.
Did you need me to grab a trailer when I come out there?
If you want to bring the 16 out, you can.
What size ball is on that one?
I think that's a 2 on that one. Oh, that's right. You can't pull the receiver out of that Traverse. Yeah, just put the 2 on, and I'll have you take the little truck trailer out there. The one that I've been pulling around with me.
That receiver might as well be welded in there.
Yeah. So, just put the 2 on, and then I'll have you take that trailer out. And then I might even follow you out tomorrow and bring the other one. I doubt it, though. I got enough shit going on. My hog's done. 300 pounds of meat. Yeah. $800 for a whole hog processed with bacon and ham.
Yeah, they get you on the processing.
Processing was like $330. But that's because I got bacon and shit. If I'd have just done straight processing, it'd have probably been under 200. But I know for some reason there's something about having bacon out of my own hog that, and I don't have a proper smoker for doing that kind of shit. I haven't even set one up here.
Yeah.
But if we can talk chuckers into old smoke shack over there, I might just get into doing some processing again. Yep. So, because then I can get aminals real cheap.
Yeah.
So, but I got red wattle hog this year. That's why I paid more for it.
No.
I like the meat out of them way better. They cost more, but I like the meat out of them way better. Yeah, I could show you the difference. Go to the grocery store and buy one of the butcher cuts, and then you can try one of mine, and you'll notice a difference. No, I wasn't going to do that. It'll ruin you. It'll ruin you. Beef, I don't notice a lot of difference. I mean, like grass-fed shit, I notice a difference because it tastes like fucking lawn clippings. But like beef, I don't notice a whole lot of difference in. But pork, I do because and pork's just one of those meats that absorbs everything, just like chickens. When you're doing chickens, you can tell the difference between a fucking processed or manufactured chicken compared to a farm raised one. So, but any do who dilly. Well, all right, brother. Later. Well, I've got. That'd be cool if I could set up a.
OG asks so. All these people stream on TikTok stream in the vertical layout. Can you stream in full screen?
What do you mean? No. But you don't have to be on your phone to stream on TikTok either. You can stream from your PC. If you can, like that's the thing with the Jetson. If you set it up right, you can stream from the Jetson to it. They use, because I think Facebook is still vertical. Is it Facebook and TikTok are vertical? YouTube.
Just followed the channel.
Thank you for the follow. And YouTube and Twitch are horizontal.
OBS doesn't have a TikTok selection.
You don't have to use OBS. Uh-oh. Divulging secrets. Let me guess, it's going to make me redo it again. We'll find out. We'll see if it stayed working.
Super Bowl champ says test.
Ha! Stayed working.
OG says I found a channel on TikTok that I can't stop watching. A blue healer is playing catch with itself.
I got quite a few channels on the TikTok that I like to watch on a regular basis. So, but, well, that's nice. It saves me from having to load all that shit up. I'll be able to have him. I'm debating if I should set that portable air conditioner up in here. So I got air conditioning in the garage. Thinking next summer. I got a couple of projects I'm going to roll in here. No major stuff. I don't have the equipment to be doing major stuff. We do that out at the Whisker Doodle garage, but my furnace and stuff does really, really well in here. I think when I was out here every day, in the height of everything we were doing, I think it was an extra like $120 a month to heat the garage when I was out here every day doing mechanic shit. Who knows? Maybe I should get back into doing that, doing brake jobs and suspension and light shit, just for content.
She drops a ball in a thing and the back's up. Then the thing launches the ball and she catches it. Got the repeats.
I want to get one of them for Al, but he's not smart enough to drop it back in the thing because you can't even get him to bring. He wants you to throw the ball for him, but he doesn't quite comprehend the bring it all the way back to you. And then if you don't go get the ball, he just goes and lays down. Well, they were gonna make one more adjustment for me, and I forgot what it was, but I remember him telling me how to adjust this stuff, so I made that adjustment myself. But everything else is
68 viewers and the chat is going nuts.
Yeah, I did a Tic Tac stream last night. I mean, it was good. But
Gavaway asks, hey Ron in chat, how's it been?
Dab, how you doing, man? Where you been? You been hanging out with other people? Where you been? Huh? Huh? See, I'm kind of in a dilemma because I can use. This is the bad thing about having access to multiple fish houses. Because, like, I can use.
Been missing off Twitch.
Well, I know this. Let's sit down and have a soda break. Let's have a. Are we in a hurry to do anything today? Oh no, we're not. So we can have a union break, right? Right. Union break time. Damn, Dab, I did a 63-day subathon.
I subbed, but it didn't pop up.
It's showing on my screen, so what you got to do is back out and come back in. Back out of the stream and come back in. It'll redo it. Appreciate the sub.
Big Daddy yells Gavaway. Welcome to my house. In a row. Gavaway says no problem.
This is my land. This is what we prayed for. This is God's plan.
I'm back.
Well, I appreciate the resub.
Weatherman says good afternoon, Ron.
Weatherman, what's happening?
Chat.
So tomorrow that stuff will go. The stuff I got outside the door will go. Then I'm going to work on the basement off stream. I got a thing that I'm doing. I've got a lot of camping and fishing gear and stuff that I don't use for a year I'm getting rid of. So if I go through next year camping and there's stuff there that I don't use, I'm getting rid of it. Whether I give it away or sell it. And then we'll get the wife's car in here so she don't have to push snow off of here no more. Well, I'll get the four-wheeler in here a little later today. Move this stuff around, get the four-wheeler in here, sweep the shop floor up. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do it the smart way. Because catching the winch release in that thing is almost impossible. So I'm just going to hook it to the bench and put the four-wheeler in reverse and and use the winch to let it out. And then I'll do the same thing when I go to wind it back up.
I think I remember. You bought that synthetic rope, right?
I did. Bought a synthetic rope kit. We're going to try that out on the plow. I'm going to get the plow mounted on today yet. Now that I've gotten rid of a bunch of shelving and stuff in here, I'll be able to, I'll have the four-wheeler in here, and then Lolly can park her car in here for the winter. I think the only thing she's going to hate is having to get back out and close the garage door, because our garage door opener doesn't work that well.
Awesome. I was able to do it myself, but your idea will help get that shitty cable out.
Yeah, if you got a hill, it works even better, because then you can just put it in neutral. But my garage is level, and then once I get out to the driveway, I'll be able to put it neutral.
I'm already looking forward to summer.
Not me. I'm hoping we have a long, cold winter.
RSN Comfy Hat says bring on the hard water.
Yeah, man. Got the snowblower runs. I got to get the Honda generator in here too and do an oil change on that. So that's ready. Change the plug. I want to change the spark plug out of it before ice fishing too.
Weatherman says dab away, lol, not yet, brother. Maybe in early March.
I want to get the Honda in here, change the spark plug out of that, and do an oil change in that before winter, or before we take that out.
American says, look at this streamer.
What up, yo?
Weatherman says, Barracan brother.
Oh. And I will be doing streams on other platforms, so I probably won't be doing all-day streams on Twitch. When I originally started out full-time streaming, I meant to be cross-platform. So, and it was working out really good until I decided to go out and start camping. And
Galloway says at Hillbilly Hermit, I live in Southern California, so the weather is usually nice all around. I'm by the beach.
I did a stream on LubeTube this weekend, and I did one on TikTok. So if you guys want to follow, see what's going on, I will be changing up some of the content between platforms. And it's just so.
OG says LMAO. It happened. It finally happened. Someone called me outdoors with Hog. Budgiebird5 says howdy at Barracan.
Yeah, my overall goal is if something happens here on Twitch, I've got to have another platform to go to, and it's looking like YouTube would be my next one. So by building an audience between the two of them.
Says at outdoors with OG wanna be hot dog king. Weatherman says I am a hard no for that TikTok shit. Dabaway says lol.
Believe it or not, TikTok is the easiest or the fastest place to gain followers. It's also one of the fastest platforms to monetize on.
OG says where at Dabaway. I used to live in El Cajon. Barracan says hi Hillbilly Hermit and Budgiebird5.
Fastest monetization is definitely on TikTok. TikTok will actually go through and promote you. Oh, youngin'. Yes, sir. Yep.
Dabaway
garage.
says at Outdoors with
What's
OG
that?
I live like 15 minutes from Angel Stadium, Orange County.
All right, let me bite. So, yeah, I don't know. I got used to being on the Tic Tac.
OG says, aw, okay, yeah, I lived in Roland Heights for a year.
The feds found me in Gardena, California, working in Lawndale.
Davaway says at Outdoors with OGO, wow, my parents used to live there back in the day. OG says nice. Davaway says it's way too expensive out here.
Yep. But it was one of the easiest places to hide. They would have never found me unless I made myself known where I was at.
Weatherman says if I had to guess, most of your audience here, older, wouldn't enjoy going to Tic Tac, but YouTube I could see. Built them all up. Davaway says food prices are getting ridiculous, can't go anywhere to eat and not spend 20 bucks.
Well, that's the thing. It's not about just transferring audience. It's about, I'm trying to gain sponsors, and unfortunately, I love Twitch as a platform. It is my favorite platform to be on. Unfortunately, trying to gain sponsorships and things like here, so I have...
Rotax asks, so people do Tic Tac full time and make a living off it?
Absolutely. I've watched people who just started out on Tic Tac, and in less than a year, they're doing shit full time. Full time fishing streamers. Sponsorship's easy on Tic Tac. It's the hottest going thing out there. They're handing out sponsorships all over the place on Tic Tac. The reason I got the offer from Monster is from Tic Tac. Had nothing to do with my Twitch stream.
Rotax 670 people make bank on Tic Tac. OG asks, and you took that offer, right?
I have to write up a proposal. I just don't. I don't want to just throw something out there that I can't fulfill or is extremely unreasonable. It's still on the table. The fulfillment they're looking for is on Tic Tac. They're not looking for it here on Twitch. They're basing it off, that's what I found out, is they're basing it off of my TikTok audience and my following over there. So I have to figure out if I can meet that commitment. I got a decent LubeTube following, but it's not that big. And a lot of my live stream stuff from LubeTube got taken off, banned, whatever. But I was on LubeTube.
Gapaway asks, isn't Twitch cutting people's pay next year or so mentioned?
What they're doing is they are cutting a lot of people's pay. The only thing they're cutting the 70-30 split, which is really dumb because now everybody else is giving. You don't have to earn the 70-30 split. You get 70-30 on TikTok, you get 70-30 on LubeTube. Not to mention you get 3 ways to monetize over there. Their ad revenue programs are better. The only thing they don't have is, the interactiveness.
OG says it's easy. Just say that you will do another subathon and will go as long as they supply you with enough white monsters for a minimum of 4 drinks per day.
Right, but they're not interested in my Twitch content. They're not interested in Twitch. Twitch is not a big deal to them. It's TikTok.
Weatherman says, yeah, but your followers on TikTok wear from the political crew, so you would have to start building the outdoors audience.
The outdoor stuff isn't doing too bad over there, actually. Better than I thought it was going to. I have gained a lot of followers in the last few months over the summer in the outdoor stuff. A lot. Especially the catfishing community has just come out full throttle in support. Catfishing seems to be a pretty big deal on TikTok. Like if I wanted to, if my fish house was in a little better shape, where they had CatCon, it's 45 minutes from my house. I got a buddy of mine that fishes. That's the only spot he fishes all winter long. If I wanted to go pop catfish with the ice.
Gapaway says interesting.
I think what it
says of the 11 fishermen I followed on TikTok, 10 of them were fishing for catfish. Sulky says, hey, hillbilly.
That's kind of the thing. And because of TikTok, you've seen catfishing products and stuff go through the roof as far as the things that's going on. TikTok right now is the #1 advertising platform on social media.
Gapaway asks you at Saki Wonka Customs, how are you doing, brother?
TikTok is the #1 advertising platform in all social media right now. I just don't know how I can make that commitment.
Barrican says there's a Saki.
They're not interested in my Twitch content. They're more worried about TikTok.
What are we doing in here?
Sulky says at Gapaway, I am doing good, just getting back from deer hunting and work.
Hey guys.
No deer yet, but be on later. Hopefully my battleships come today. Hey at Barrican.
Oh, you missed it. This one was good. Did I grab my phone? I had to
Well, those are cute boots.
Keep my feet warm, keep my feet dry. I paid $130 for them. Check this out.
Broken tie rod end.
One? More like two. The
Broke
steering
both.
wheel was straight.
Nice.
They hit that curb so damn hard it popped both of them.
Davaway says at Soggy Wonka Custom, sounds like fun. I would love to go hunting. Good luck, bud.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my spicer one to come through. They wanted me to go to spicer. I said, what about this Cosmos one? Well, didn't really think about that. I said, Said you better send Trevor down to Cosmos.
Barracan says, well, looky, it waded in. A big old virgin boy with a bright yellow vest to announce his virginity status. Third.
I am a child of God.
Soggy says LMAO.
What is it?
2015 Toyota Sienna. Spicer to Wilmer. Those are minivans, ain't they?
Yeah. All-wheel drive. A lot of them were. They used to have four-wheel drive versions of them, but then they just went to all-wheel drive.
Let's see. There's. What year did I see that was? 2015. Could be before.
Just look underneath to be safe. See if there's a drive shaft or not.
Ruger White says hello, youngin.
Howdy, howdy.
Barracan says you're no more a child of God than your old man as a fisherman who catches fish.
So who's that a shot at?
OG says carrot.
This ain't orange. Are you colorblind?
Oh, they say it means that he was agreeing with the statement above.
Both.
What brand are they?
They're much. I don't know if my feet are wet from sweat. They might be. My feet don't get cold. I mean, they get chilled, but they don't get cold at all.
My feet are always cold.
Well, the thing is like they're lightest insulated. Like a step below this is non-insulated.
Same here. That's what I got them for. Remember when we went and got these?
I bought these for out of the farm because I knew there was going to be some nasty mud out there, and I figured, if you're rolling around in the spring, it'd be nice to have warm feet.
Did you get you some ice cleats yet?
I still have that pair from last year.
Oh.
I found them. They were in the extra, along with 3 ice scoops.
Oh. Make sure you're just not one of them fucking dummies out there doing the slip and slide game. Oh my God, they're a pain in the ass, put on and off when you get in and out of the truck. Well, so it's busting your ass and fucking yourself up.
Is when I get out of the vehicle, I'll be swapping. I'll go from like my loafer, something easy to slip on and off, slide these on, and these will already have them on.
No, don't do that because what it does is it buckles the boots. I did that last year with these and it fucked them up. It was just leaving them on there because it starts curling the toes in on them. That's why I was wearing them as much as I have been before ice hit, because the toes were curled in them from leaving them on there. Because it's right over where it comes over the top.
Yeah.
That's where it does it. It pushes them down and curls them like this, so it's digging in the top. Yep, and it digs it down into your top of your toes. So that's why I quit doing that.
Worst comes to worst, I'll just put the sons of bitches on my loafers.
Fucking send it.
Thought about wearing those today. They're grippy. They're grippy as a son of a bitch, but they don't keep your feet very dry.
No. You getting none of the fucking dude haze?
Those are still the loafers I bought back when I worked at Lennox. Got a pair of tennis shoes, 2 pairs of boots. I got these, and my loafers.
I'm gonna try hiking in my Red Wings next year.
I suppose I gotta get on here still.
All right, give me a hug, kid.
Have fun.
Love you. Be safe.
I already had 1 winch out this morning.
That's it.
Yep, just one.
So what are you driving, Junior? They got you in an old beat-up half-ton. Are you riding a nice, big, fancy, heavy rotator yet?
It ain't no rotator, but it's nice.
Yeah, he's got a nice rig. He's got one nicer than I ever got to run around in.
Right here in front of the garage.
Oh, I don't want to dox the company.
Gotcha. All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, love you. Be safe.
Love you too.
Wifey says love you, kiddo.
All right, so this is going tomorrow. This is going into storage. Well, he's going to use it, run the gas out of it and use it. And then this can go over there alongside the snowblower for now. Ba-doop doop doop. Ba-doop doop doop. Look at that minty fit. You can go that way. Get out of here. The van seat is going back in the van for storage for the winter. Just going to bolt it down in case we need a backup rig. As long as the expedition gets done in a timely manner, that'll be our going to town and backup rig. Then I can just leave all my ice fishing gear loaded in the truck. I don't have to drive it into town with me or steal the wife's car. What else has got to go out there? That's going in the Redneck Ice Castle. I do have to hang my fan up today. Do this before I forget. Yeah. Gotta get me I'm gonna get a 1 gallon can for. Why does that not want to stay up ever? I think I'm gonna cut that fucking thing shorter. What is? Wait, where's the other one? Oh no, that doesn't have a post in it. Doesn't seem like that would sit that much different, but apparently it's going to make a difference. So we're going to try it out. Ba-dum-dum-dum. Ba-dum-dum-dum-dum. Ba-dum-dum-dum.
Barrican asks, hey Soggy, you ever had a tarantula fish whistle?
So I was told that part of the reason I might have a problem with the height of my bike is because of my seat. So this isn't real fat guy friendly, but I think Bearkin, you want to do something funny? Since Young gonna probably be out ice fishing with us this year. It's an ongoing joke in this house. We were coming back from my in-laws one day, and I told my youngin that I got a song for him, because he had that bro country phase for a little while where it was all about the looking like Dookie Bryant and the rest of them, and so I started making fun of him about it, and I said, well, this ought to be your song then. I started playing Aqua's Barbie Girl, so if you want to set up a bit alert, watch the look on his face. I haven't done that to him in a while. It still seems awkward, like I need the seat to go back.
So you're asking for a Barbie girl emote for Youngland. 10 to 4 law.
Emote and sound alert. Oh, that seat is uncomfortable. But it still doesn't seem quite right. Like, I can flat foot this, but it's almost like the seat needs to go back a little bit. I don't know. We'll try it out this spring. But I do have a surprise for y'all, but I'm not going to say it yet. I got to get the basement done first.
OG says, I feel you are going to need one of those wide grandma seat Ron. If you ride it very long, you are going to have some trouble dislodging it.
Well, what I'm thinking is see, this is the one I got. This was the seat I got. So you didn't have that old but I'm wondering.
There y'all go.
It's like the center tube doesn't quite go back far enough for me. This is what I just took off there, but it feels like I'm sitting right on top of the pedals. You know, instead of sitting back, so you're kind of sitting and pedaling. I mean, it's a 29-inch bike, and I sit on it, and I'm flat-footed, and I'm fine. It's just the seat. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way. I don't know. We'll figure it out next spring. Might just have to go to a bike shop.
Barrican asks, we tracking for Wednesday still?
Yeah. I'll check it again, but I checked it this morning. No. Might be a little later. I didn't realize that it was coming out of the PayPal business card. Whoops. Stay tuned while I enter this pertinent information. When I went to Ron Cleveland Outdoors, I forgot to switch. I've been getting new cards just for business.
I tried to update your wiz list, but that was no go the other day lol.
Yeah, everything's supposed to be here. It's- No, actually, the case got delayed until Monday, but and I gotta check where the dongles or the modems are at. What's this now? No, I'm trying to find the thing for the modems. I don't know where they're at.
Wifey says get back to work, Cleveland.
I'm working on working right now. Trying to find my shite. It says they shipped. They're supposed to be here Wednesday. Damn it. Well, whatever. I give up. The one part I need. Trying to see if there's a way I could overnight it or do something to get it here faster, but there's not. I want it meow. I want it right meow. I can't have it right meow. I want it right meow.
OG asks, which one part is that?
It's the case, the metal case. Just so I got something to put all the components in. It was supposed to be here Wednesday, but it's delayed till Monday. My modem should be here Wednesday. I'm debating on whether or not I'm gonna, because they hadn't shipped the other mod yet.
To assemble and test.
I don't have any buttons though.
Oh, yeah.
So instead of ordering buttons separate, I got a case with the buttons. And, yeah. Seems to be biting me right in the old hee-hoo. That's the shitty part. You want some of this? How about some of this? Right meow? Custom ice rod holder. I'm going to strap that in the extended cab of the fishing truck. I got one up there on the ceiling. That's where I store my ice rods in the summertime. I put them right up there on the ceiling. And then, yeah. I'm actually kind of hungry. Should make something to eat. Ollie got these pizza pocket things from Pizza Hut in Litchfield yesterday. Ooh, doggy. Think I could talk her into driving an hour to go get some more? Probably not. But it's a great idea. She flies, I'll buy.
Barrican says quit slacking. Get back T0 cleaning.
I don't have a whole lot to do. The rest of this, most of this is going to storage tomorrow. Ugga Dugga sockets. 21 millimeter. 3/4. What are y'all doing way over there? You can come over here and look. Grab your gander. Seven ace. 20 millimeter. Ratchet extraordinaire. 17. 19. 18. 18. No, I got stuff up there yet too. And I still got to unload the tool bags. Filter wrench. Pliers. Vice grips. Still stay. Alright. You can play this game. I will win. I always win. Huh. Now what? You filthy animal. Those ones can go that way. What is this one for? Oh, huh. Now I feel like a dumbass. I feel like a bona fide dumbass. Last year, running all over the place trying to find a Vexlar cord. And here I had one in my toolbox the whole time. Put that up on the bench, because that's where I've been throwing all the charging cords at. Yeah. Tie off line for the boat. That's the boat shit. There's all in here. Oh, look there. Look at all them pliers and screwdrivers. Mechanics wire, carburetor line. I will probably never get rid of this box right here. So let me tell you all a little secret about this here box. This box, my wife was at a garage sale and knew I was going to go buy a tackle box. She says, I got you a tackle box for $3. Oh, cool. She's like, I got you a nice tackle box. She's like, it's got an organizer tray on the top and everything. Cool. So I used it as a boat deal. Used it as a boat toolbox.
Zakula89 says, wow, $3.
That's not really a tackle box. It's like a in-the-house toolbox. I'm gonna
Small Water Fishing says, you better act like you love it.
Nope. It's been an ongoing joke here for the last few years. My son and I always say, should we let Mom go pick out the tackle boxes? I bought her a really nice backpack tackle box. It's got her favorite jigs in it for when she does want to go out fishing with me. Welding Whelpers. Best pliers ever. Anybody know what these pliers are for? These here needle nose pliers. Anybody know what these are for? Anybody? Anybody? They're needle nose pliers, but do you know what they're for? You were watching when I did the van, I used them. Wait, that's a extra one.
Weatherman asks, split the hose clamps?
Close, but no. They are hose pliers. So, you ever get hoses that are in a really tight spot that you can't get off? I don't know that I have a piece of hose this big. But basically, say the socket represents the hose. I got a few different sizes of these. What you do, if that thing's stuck way up in a tight spot, you can actually take these pliers, go around that hose, grip a hold of it, and work it loose. And you can also install them back, these pliers.
Nice. Barrican says, sir, I'm going to need them piles for a ittle little. I got some yanking to do.
Got a little yanking to do? Velcro. This is one of them hurry up and, oh, there's a girl. There's another one of them tension knobber thingies. We'll hang on to that. That's going to go on the streaming stuff.
Weatherman says, Barrican I just DM'd in Discord. Figured she was yanking you this weekend. Barrican says, yay, I'm going go potholing on Hillbilly Hermit's butt. Yanking hemorrhoids out for him. Maybe that burger if it's still up there. Weatherman says LMAO.
Shock kit.
I will tell you what, Ron and I had Mama peeing her pants Saturday night.
You ain't lying about that. Alright. Alright, I got one socket.
She messaged me and said she hasn't laughed that hard in a long time.
Well, somebody in their cotton picking mind went and bought that woman a damn power tool. The same woman live on stream said she needed a drill to change a toilet seat. Soggy and I literally looked at each other in sheer terror. It was at that. It is literally at that moment that we realized that we could never hand her a power tool ever. And then her daughter and Grandma Wonka decide that it's a good idea to buy her one. So poor Soggy, in order to flush his toilet now, is going to have to go turn on the goddamn kitchen sink. And then when you turn the shower on, some bitch is going to be like a bidet because it's just going to throttle rocket water right up in your old butthole. Mm-hmm. That poor fella going to come home and not know what the hell to do. These are all junk, but I think I can save these and make new ones. That's what I'm going to do, because these actually come in handy for tarps. So
Were you around Ron when I made her take us downstairs to check the furnace filter? I asked if she changed it, and she thought 3 years ago.
holy shit. I know Lolly usually pretty good about that. She picks them up and tells me to change them. Somebody was giving me hell about not having my furnace vented outside here in the garage, and I said, well, I tell you what, I'll worry more about that. I'll worry more about that when I actually...
Best we could see from her camera is there isn't one. They pulled it out and no one ever replaced it.
That's not uncommon, actually. That is not uncommon. I haven't run one here in the garage. I got a house furnace in the garage here. I haven't run a filter in here. I've had that in here for, 4 or 5 years now. I've never put one in it. Everybody's always got comments on how you should or shouldn't do things. And it's like, well, until it gives me a reason to where I have to. Just like having it exhausted outside. We literally put a carbon dioxide tester, 2 of them, as a matter of fact, here in the garage, one on either side of it. And, yeah. Never got any type of a rating out of it, actually. We had one that would measure it. Never even hit the Richter scale. So there's lots of things that I question.
Rotax says if there is no air conditioning, you don't need the filter as much. AC coil is what will get mucked up real quick. Weatherman says yaw. She was saying her and Mav's allergies, asthma were really bad. I know when mine act up, it is right around the time to change filters. Just circulating dog hair, dander, dust.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. Like in our old house, we had this humidistat thing because all the woodwork in the house. So, but it also had this big giant HEPA filter thing in it I had to change out once every 3 months. And my buddy worked for a heating and air conditioning company, and he would just bring me the ones from there. So what I'm doing is I'm these right here, they had bungee cords on them for your tarp, and they actually work really good. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take some paracord, or I might replace the hooks on my current system and just put those on there, so I don't have to run so many hooks since I got a bunch of these. Yeah, but I know, what do they call them, HEPA filters or something like that. Apparently, if you put them around your house, They're supposed to be really good for allergies, but we haven't really had to do a whole lot here as far as because we don't.
Yeah.
But with my wife, because her allergies to animals, that's why we have none. Well, there's no, there's there. Everybody calls it like hypoallergenic dogs or animals, and there's really technically no such thing. It's just based on what the animals grow for hair. So like our dogs, they grow like human hair. So they don't shed, they don't have like the pet dander, but they can get dry skin. So this one's gonna be kind of a pain in the tuchus. So maybe I pulled it out a little, put it away a little too soon. Looks like the last couple are going to be little bears. That'll make this job a little easier. One more. That one came out pretty easy. Clean up some of the shite I'm not using. That is not where you guys get to hang out. Thank you very much. There's my little magnet. Well, what did I get that 20 amp switch for? On scooter key. Band keys. Danger Ranger hubcap. Garbage. A little bit of delay in my plans, but that's all right. Still really can't believe that thing didn't work. Try it one more time with a different set of batteries. They are Harbor Freight batteries, but I've never had a defective Harbor Freight battery. Maybe those ones are cold from sitting out in the van, but I don't know. We'll see. That's really going to bother me. I didn't even hardly use this one. This one stayed in the garage. I think I used it once or twice around the house here. Nope, she shit. Place those transfer points work really nice for me is when I'm the best place is when I'm putting diesel in the diesel heater in the van. Wintertime, I don't really, it's not a big deal because I'll have the bird kit. Just put a funnel in and just fill the tank. Garbage, fuel line, brace, duct tape. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bring one of them organizers out here for my tape. I got masking tape, duct tape, electrical tape. Got a lot of tape. Because when it goes on sale, I try to buy them out. Well, I think I'm going to shut the stream down for a while. So, I don't know if anybody's on that I can raid, but I think I'm going to shut down for a while. See who's on here.
OG says so FLW. Weatherman says Ron, I have a pretty fancy deer blind. A lot of time you can hear a pin drop on quiet nights. The buddy heaters make a small noise. Are diesel heaters quieter?
No. Nope. And
OG says SoFlo, Captain Rob 30.
You know what? Let's go raid Captain Rob. OG, you in a spot? You can send that out.
Okay, 10 to 4.
And I'll be honest with you. The
OG says yup yup.
Yeah, let's go raid Captain Rob. And then I'm going to get everything charged up, and then I might be back on tonight. I don't know. Might stream somewhere else. And see what happens. But I appreciate you coming all to hang out with me. Like I said, I'm just not going to... No point in keeping the stream on when I don't have a whole lot of content to make, but I will be on a daily basis, as promised. So, we'll just see what happens.
Started.
All right, everybody. I appreciate y'all tuning in. Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably tune in sometime tomorrow. I'm going to go in and get something to eat. And
Ready when you are.
I'm going to go in and get something to eat. And I don't know. Might be back on later. May or may not. But I'm going to get everything charged up, and then we'll go from there. So until next time, y'all keep cold, keep the bottoms up, and I'll holler at you later. Please go ahead and send it. Still nothing yet. It's not sending. No? Negative? Well, I guess we'll just have to end the stream. Sorry, everybody.